Oh, okay. So recording has started, so we can begin. Once again, good good evening, everyone. So I'm going to unmute everybody now because I want few reactions from somewhere before I go back. Okay. So please, can everyone hear me? I need to make sure you guys can hear me. Please let me know if you can hear me, please.
We can hear
Loud
you.
and clear.
Thank you
We
very
can hear you, sir.
Yeah,
Loud
we
and
can
clear. We can hear.
hear.
thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Once again, you're welcome to today's class. Anyways, you people are just comedians in this class. Let me first of all start from there. They told somebody to cover his chest. They show his leg. I just they laugh. I beg. People will not kill me in this class. They say cover your chest. You decided not to show your chest, but to show your leg. Anyways, you're welcome. You're welcome. I hope there's nobody here that is listening to the sound of my voice for the first time. But if you are, my name is Olanshile Obongola. So we have been at this for a couple of days actually. I think we've done about three classes, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've done about three classes. So today will be our fourth class, if I am not mistaken. No. I think today will be our fourth class or third. I think it's third though. I think it's third class, Abby.
Yes, this is our
I
third
don't know.
class.
The third class, Abby. Exactly. So this is our third class, not fourth. So this is our third class. So and we'll finish next week Thursday according to the timetable. Anyways, let me give you guys okay, like we agreed in our last class that we'll first do a little bit of general revision first before we go into solving our revision question, which was what we started last week. So last week was it last week? I mean Monday. Sorry, Monday. On Monday, I was able to speak about investment appraisal generally, and also I was able to speak about portfolio theory real quick also. So for the purpose of today's class, I think I'll speak about cost of capital real quick also, because it has to do what I want to do today. So I'll speak on cost of capital real quick. Uh Please permission to fire on, please.
Fire on.
Permission. Thank you. So now let me brush in our memory on cost of capital a little. Ah, now for this class. So no, voila. So before I take any questions or anything, so everybody just listen attentively to me. Listen attentively
Fire on,
to
sir.
me while I explain
Fire
what
on.
you mean by cost of capital. I don't hear now. I'm already firing on. I'm already firing on. So just listen attentively to me while I explain what it means for cost of capital. Don't worry, you hear me clearly. While I explain what it means for cost of capital. No, just listen to me. Now, when I speak about cost of capital generally, what it means is, or first, let me first even start from what we mean by capital. Capital generally means when you start up a business. That is what we know it as. Generally, what you start up a business, that is what your capital means. Now, the problem is in a layman's language or in a layman's definition, we all understand. I've not picked anybody, but please, Miss Umi, I don't know if you're here, I'm sure you are. So please keep me in my time check. Please, when it's 30 minutes, let me know, please. I don't think I should take up to that.
All right,
Miss Umi,
sir.
are you here? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm responding to you.
Thank you. Please, when it's 30 minutes, just let me know. So, as I was saying, in a layman's terminology, capital is just what you use to start up your business. Now, the problem with cost of, or where cost of capital now comes in is for every capital that you've put into your business, there must be a cost attached to it. Why must there be a cost attached to it? There must be a cost attached to it because for a capital structure does not necessarily have to deal with just the money you are putting in the business. It does not necessarily have to do with equity. When you are teaching all these nursery one, nursery two, all these upcoming accountants, all these you can be telling them that okay, equity, but when we get to this stage, when we get to this level, you need to understand that capital does not necessarily have to be from money that is coming from your pocket. most of big organizations today, they run most of their businesses on debt structure. Most of the businesses today, they run. Why do you think they're always very close with bank managers? Yes, now, because they run most of their businesses on debt. So what I'm saying particularly is that now, for the capital structure, we have equity. Equity is also a part of the capital structure. Debt is also a part of the capital structure. Then preference shares is also what? Is also a type of the capital structure. Now, if we talk about equity. Equity is, like I said, it's just the money that you put from your pocket. Generally, just money you put from your pocket that belongs to you or that belongs to the organization. Fine. There needs to be a cost attached to it. For debt is not necessarily money from the bank. It can be bond, it can be anything, as long as a form of debt is what we refer to as debt. But preference shares is also like a type of debt, anyways. It's half debt, half preference shares. Half debt, half shares. I know you guys don't understand what I mean. What I'm saying is it looks like a debt. Preference shares is as a result of somebody borrowing you money. And the person is telling you that, okay, if I cannot, or I'm not going to pay you back, or assuming I cannot pay you back, let me give you shares in my organization. So you guys agree now. You just look, okay, should I collect? Which one pay me? You feel like the shares, you are comfortable with it, you take the shares. So that means you're a preference share owner. You did not go into the stock exchange, you did not go into the stock market to buy the shares. Exactly what I'm saying. So that's what preference shares. Preference shares have some features. Please check them out by yourself. That is not what I'm here to do. To check preference shares out by yourself, anyways. So we have cost of debt, we have cost of equity, we have cost of preference shares. Now, this is where weighted average cost of capital comes in. Why? But before I get there, let me just continue like that. So cost of equity, cost of debt, cost of preference shares. Now, we now need to calculate each and every one of them one by one. If the company is totally equity financed, it's fine. You can just use your cost of equity. That is, if it's just totally equity financed, no form of debt, that is, it's just the shareholders that have shares there. It's just me that put my money and just shares that is comprising of the organization. Fine, you can just use your cost of equity. But if you check a company's capital structure and they have cost of equity, they have cost of debt, they're not even mistakenly I'm going to have cost of preference shares. You cannot just use only one because the combination of the three of them. So that is where you now start calculating each and every one of them for you to use your weighted average cost of capital. Now, before I get to your work, let me start from your cost of equity. So, like I said, you can do cost of equity. So, I'll split them one by one. So, let me start from cost of equity. So, if you want to calculate your cost of equity, there are two methods to calculate your cost of equity. You could either use your dividend valuation model, or you use the one we popularly call CAPM, or you use your dividend valuation method. You can either use any of the two. Now, let me break them down. Let me start from dividend valuation. If you want to use dividend valuation method to calculate your cost of equity, there's a formula attached to it, which is your cost of equity equals to your dividend over your ex-div share price. Some people call it market price, anyone, times 100 over 1. That is if there is no growth attached to it. That's if there's no growth attached to it. Fine. Let me now still tell you guys something. That ex-div share price, sometimes, please, what is under of that formula? Like I said, it is your dividend over your ex-div share price. Please, that your ex-div share price, it needs to always be what? It needs to always be ex-div share price. What am I saying? What I'm saying particularly, in some questions, they can give you cum div. Now, let me tell you differences between cum div and ex-div. This particular, what's the name now? For this particular share price, or for this particular price of these shares, it is including dividend. That is what cum div means. It is including dividend. Before you quote any share price, it needs to be excluding dividend. That is what ex-div means. But in some question, they give you cum div. Please. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I think I've muted.
We can hear you.
Have I? You can now. Please, can everyone hear me?
Yes,
We can hear you.
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
Yes, can.
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you,
sir, we can
please.
hear you,
Carry on.
sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I think I was at the part where I said I was explaining what cum div and ex div. Let me come again a little. So I said what cumulative dividend simply means is it is including dividend. That's what cumulative dividend, that's cum div. And what ex div means is excluding dividend. I'm not telling you that for you to quote a share price, it needs to be excluding dividend. Yes, now for you to quote a share price, you need to be excluding dividend. So I'm not telling you that for no case or no reason or no occasion should you use cumulative dividend ex share price, that is cum div share price, to calculate your cost of equity. Please always watch out. In some questions, you get cum div. Please don't use cum div. I'm begging you. Always use your what? Ex div, which is your excluding dividend share price. Now, if they're giving you ex div, how do I now convert my ex div now to what? To cum div. They would have given you a value of that your cum div. So they can say the value of your cum div is maybe 0.20 kobo. That is 0.20 kobo. They will not give you normally they would have given you a share price. They would have given you a share price. That cum div is dividend. They will tell you 0.20 kobo dividend. They would have given you a share price. Maybe share price is 3 naira. Just subtract your cum div from your share price. So what I'm telling you is ex div formula now is equals to what? Share price minus cum div. What I'm telling you, for you to get ex dividend share price is share price minus cum div. So once you've done that, you get your what? You get your ex div share price. Then take your ex div share price, take it to your what? To your cost of equity formula. That cost of equity formula, again, let me come in there. I said it's dividend over what? Ex div share price multiplied by 100 over 1. Although that is without growth. Now let me go to where there's growth. For growth, the formula for growth is what? DO open bracket 1 plus G over X div share price. Is still the same thing. But now, that particular growth now, in some situations, the growth rate is not given to you. Yes. In most questions, the growth rate is not given to you. In some, it's given to you. Growth rate is kinikon. It will grow by fine. But imagine a situation where it's not given to you. How do you determine it? For you to estimate or determine your growth rate, there are two methods for you to determine your growth rate. It can either you use historical patterns or what we call Gordon's growth rate. So that you use historical patterns or you use what? Gordon's growth rate. For historical patterns, we have a formula for historical pattern, which is your growth rate equals what? Number of years, which is n square root latest dividend over base dividend minus 1. What latest dividend means is what's the current dividend? That is latest dividend, current dividend that was paid. What base dividend means is dividend for the first year or for the first stuff. That formula that I just gave you, I said n square root LD over BD minus 1. That formula I just gave you, if you like to read textbooks, there's also another one to it, which is your n minus 1 square root latest dividend over base dividend minus 1. Now, the problem or the general problem is, when do I know which to use? How do I know which one to use? Should I always use n square root or should I always use what? N minus 1 square root? Now, I can tell you confidentially, not confidentially, but I can tell you categorically that you cannot use anyone for any question. You cannot use anyone for any question. I've had somebody tell me that, a lecturer tell me that I can use anyone for anyone. You can use anyone for any question. It's a lie. You cannot use anyone for any question. Now, let me explain to you. For the one that has n minus 1, listen to me. For the one that has n minus 1, in some questions, they list out the dividends and the years for you. What I'm saying is, thank you, ma'am. They list out the dividend and the year. So they tell you that, okay, can it come from 2010 to 2015? Then they come and say 2010 dividend, 10 kobo. 2011 dividend, 20 kobo. 2012 dividend, 30 kobo. 2013 dividend, 40 kobo. 2015 dividend, 50 kobo. They list them out for you like that. In questions like that, that is when you use your what? N minus 1. Where both all the years and all the dividends are practically listed out for you. But you see the one where they just gave you the story, then they tell you dividend for 2010 is Kinecon, then the one for 2015 is another dividend. They did not list the years, the remaining ones for you. That's when you use the N without the N minus 1. Let me come again. What I said is, where you use N minus 1 is where they list out the years and the dividends for you. Example, they give you the story. They say, okay, can you come for 4 years or 5 years? Let's say 5 years, 2010 to 2015. Then in the body of the question, you are saying things like 2010, dividend for 2010 is 10 kobo. Dividend for 2015 11 is 11 kobo. Dividend for 2012 is 12 kobo. Dividend for 2013 is 13 kobo. For 2014, 14 kobo. 15. All of them expressly listed out. That's when you use your n minus 1. But if you see one where they just tell you dividend for 2010 equals to 10 kobo and dividend for 2015 equals to 15 kobo, they do not give you information on 11, 12, 13. That is when you use your what? N without the minus 1. So you just use n square root latest dividend over base dividend minus 1. I hope that is clear to some extent, a very good extent. Anyways, that's the historical pattern. Now let me go to Gordon's growth. You guys know what Gordon's growth is. Gordon's growth is your G equals to your R times B. Your R is your rate of return. Your rate of return. Most questions is always given to you. It's always given to you. But imagine a situation where it's not given to you. How do you get your R? Your R is equals to your what? Your earnings over your capital employed. Your earnings that has been made over your what? Your capital employed. In some situations, they don't give you capital employed. How do you determine capital employed? Capital employed is your total assets minus your what? Minus your current liabilities. That's how you get your capital employed. So you do your earnings over capital employed. Earnings definitely will be provided to you. So just do your earnings over your capital employed. Now for the B, which is your retention rate. How do you get your retention rate? Somebody told me in this class, or the person was actually correct anyways. So how do you get your retention rate? Is your earnings per share minus your dividend per share over what? Over earnings per share. That's how you get your retention rate. Yeah, I don't like to use it. No, I don't like to use it. And don't mind me, it's just me. What do I like to use? I like to use 1 minus what? My dividend payout ratio. My dividend 1 minus dividend. How do I get my dividend payout ratio? I do my dividend per share over my earnings per share. It's still the same thing. Both of them gives you almost the same answer. So please, that is that for that. Now let me move to the other one is CAPM. Everybody here knows CAPM. I feel like even if you are not writing SFM, you go know CAPM. Everybody knows CAPM, CAPM formula, which is your what? Your risk-free plus your beta, open bracket, your risk-free minus your what? Minus your open bracket, your market return minus your risk-free. If you were doing portfolio theory, they could have given you a question where the beta is not given to you. And I think I gave you, there are 4 formulas where you can use to determine your beta. If you are doing portfolio theory, please, for the purpose of cost of capital, usually they will give you the beta. But it's either they give you asset beta or they give you equity beta. And I'm sure most of you know where to go from there. Anyways, that is usually or mostly about cost of equity. There's nothing in cost of equity. Now, cost of debt, of course, let me go to cost of preference shares. Cost of preference shares now. I've explained what preference shares mean. Preference shares is the calculation is basically still somewhat like cost of equity. But the only problem with you determining preference shares are 2 types of preference shares. What am I saying? Preference shares is there are 2 types of preference shares. We have the redeemable preference shares and we have the irredeemable preference shares. What irredeemable preference shares means is that okay, well, at this particular number of years, redeemable, this particular shares will be redeemed at this particular amount. That is what irredeemable preference share means. But irredeemable preference share simply means that there is no redemption. Both the principal is not going to be redeemed. That is irredeemable preference share. The principal will not be repaid, although there will be fixed dividend, pay a fixed dividend. But the principal will never be repaid, or you not don't let me say never, but it will not be repaid. But for irredeemable, for redeemable now, redeemable. That's the name, it is redeemable. But for redeemable, at a number of years, or at a specific period of time, the principal is repaid. How do you know when the preference shares is redeemable? How do you know when it's irredeemable? Once they give you information and you read all the story, if the preference share has number of years attached to it, it means what? It is redeemable. If it has number of years, if you have number of years attached to it, it means it is redeemable. I told you now, irredeemable, the principal cannot be repaid now, so there is no need for number of years. So once the preference share does not have number of years attached to it, please, it is what? Irredeemable. Now, how do you determine what's the formula for irredeemable? What's the formula for redeemable? If it is irredeemable, formula for irredeemable is your dividend over your what? Your ex-div preference share price times 100 over 1. Still the same thing with what? Still the same thing with your cost of equity. But how do you not determine irredeemable preference shares? Redeemable, please. Irredeemable preference shares. This is the way you use IRR. I've told you guys before. If you don't know IRR, go and learn it. It comes out quite a lot. If you want to calculate preference shares, IRR you will use. If you want to calculate cost of redeemable debt also, is IRR you will use. So don't say they say it will not come out as a standalone question. I don't need to know it. It's a lie. These are things you use them to do. So if you want to calculate your redeemable preference shares, you also use your what? IRR. Same thing goes for cost of debt, anyways. For cost of debt, we have what we call redeemable debt and irredeemable debt. For irredeemable debt, now for irredeemable debt, also there will not be a number of years attached to it. And the formula for irredeemable debt is your interest, x tax, post tax. So you're saying I open bracket 1 minus t over x int price times 100. That's the formula for irredeemable debt. For your redeemable debt is also the same thing with your IRR basically. Your IRR basically. So that is how to determine your cost of equity, your cost of debt, and your cost of preference shares. There's something relating to convertible debt. Please, there's a question, 1 or 2 questions I have here on convertible debt. I've explained convertible debt in our normal bond valuation class, but I assume some people here are not there. So what I would do is there's a question here that I kept there intentionally relating to convertible debt. When I get there, I would explain what convertible debt and how you solve convertible debt means to you. But before I stop explaining before I leave cost of capital, that is what cost of capital. Now you need to do your weighted average cost of capital, which is your WACC. For your WACC is just you taking average of everything. Like I said, imagine a company having equity, having debt, having preference shares. You cannot use one. And so you need to take the average, weighted average cost of capital. So that is where your WACC comes in. Most of you know formula for WACC, but let me still say it again. Cost of equity, open bracket, your equity, cost of equity multiplied by open bracket, your equity over your equity plus preference shares plus debt plus cost of preference shares, open brackets, preference shares over equity plus preference shares plus debt multiplied by cost of debt 1 minus tax rate, open bracket, debt over equity plus debt plus preference shares. That's your weighted average cost of capital formula. Now, you just see any now? No, do again. No. But anyways, that is your work. I'm sure most of you knows or most of you understand what it means when we do our project-specific cost of capital. Our project-specific cost of capital. But if you don't, let me explain to us here for one of the last times. When we talk about project-specific cost of capital now, project-specific cost of capital, this is the whole story behind it. So once you see, so there's something we call equity beta and asset beta, which I've explained 1 million times. This one I'm saying now will be my 1 million and 1 time. I'm speaking about all these things, but because I'm a nice person, I will still say it again. So equity beta, like I've told you, if we have equity beta, we have asset beta. Asset beta measures business risk. Equity beta measures both business risk and financial risk. I've told you in most cases, your equity beta will be greater than your asset beta. In most cases, your equity beta will have a higher value than your asset beta because equity beta consists of 2 things now: business risk and financial risk. Asset beta is just business risk. So if you see situations like that, and you're asked to get your weighted average cost of capital, and you are saying equity beta, asset beta. Now, what's the first thing you do? Where do you start from? Where you start from is you need to take the asset beta of the organization if they've given to you in the question, which is your BA. Is your BA. You need to take the asset beta of the organization. What do you do with the asset beta? You ungear the asset beta that is given to you with the proxy company's information. What do I mean by a proxy company? A proxy company is just another company that is in the same industry as maybe the company you want to acquire or the company you want to value. Example, what I'm saying is, imagine I want to marry Miss Chika. Miss Chika, don't put this on loud volume, not allow your husband hear me. I beg you. But what I'm saying is, imagine I want to marry Miss Chika. So I can say that, okay, since I want to marry Miss Chika, but I don't have, how would I say it? I want to, some of the things that I need, she does not have them. What I'm saying is, if you want to ungear, I'm trying to give example of a proxy company. So now you will now say, okay, because there are some things you need, maybe a PE ratio, maybe sometimes she might not even have asset beta. Yes, now. Sometimes she might not even have asset beta. And sometimes she might have, let's assume she even has asset beta. So what I'm not even saying is because that you don't, some of the information you need, she does not have them. So you now look for a proxy company. A proxy company is a company that is in the same industry. They might not be the same size, but it's in the same industry. They do the same thing alike. So they give you the proxy company. They tell you the information for the proxy company. So once you are on gearing, you on gear with the proxy company's information. So assuming I want to marry Miss Chikana, my eyes is already looking at Miss Wumi, small. So I will use Miss Wumi's information, which is a proxy company, to on gear. Please, a proxy company's information to on gear. So once you on gear with the proxy company's information, after you've on geared, you now get what you call asset beta, which is called BA, asset beta. That asset beta that you've gotten now, it does not have, what the assumption is that there is no any debt element in that asset beta. That's the assumption. It does not measure financial risk now. Financial risk is, it means debt now. Yes, now it means the debt, it means the capital structure is changing. That's what financial risk means. So that asset beta means there is no what? It means there is no debt element in it. Now, if you want to do adjusted present value, APV, that is where you just carry that your BA like that. Don't regear it to just take that your BA like that. Bam. Go and put it in CAPM formula. Bam, get your cost of equity. Go and discount. APV always use cost of equity, not WACC. APV always use cost of equity, but it's always ungeared cost of equity. Please, I know why I'm saying all these things. Oh, APV uses cost of equity and it uses ungeared cost of equity. So as if ungeared the proxy company's equity better like that, bam, go and take it, go and use it for APV. But another scenario where ICANN has given you, they've given you BA. You know you are on getting equity better now, they're giving you equity better. So you go and get the equity better to get BA. But what I'm not saying is in situations where they've not given you BA in the question, they're giving you asset better in the question, don't ungear it again. What are
Please,
you
your voice is breaking.
What are you looking for? Since they've given you the asset better in the question, you don't need to ungear. Please, can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sharp. Well done.
Thank you. So once the question has given you an asset beta already, you don't need to ungear again. Just take the asset beta and continue with your work. Now, but imagine you're starting from beginning. So you've taken the equity beta, you have ungeared, you've gotten asset beta. But that asset beta that you've gotten, if the question is not APV, you need to continue. So you now need to regear the asset beta that is given to you. Why are you regearing it? You are regearing it now because in the capital structure of the organization that you are working for, there is debt there now. You guys don't understand what I'm saying. In your, when you are regearing, you regear with your own company's information. But in your own capital structure, there is debt there. You need to account for that particular debt. Asset beta has not accounted for the debt at all. So this thing makes sense. It's not rocket science. People always think the SFM is practical. You can understand it. Because now you've ungeared. When you ungear now, you assume that there is no debt in the ungearment. Imagine I go and use that ungearing to go and calculate my cost of equity and it's not APV. It does not make sense now because my own company still has debt and I need to take account of that debt that my own company has. So you now regear. But once you regear, you regear with your own company's information. Yes. So you now regear with your own company's information. Bam. So once you've regeared with your own, all these things has formula. It's not just, it's not as if you put on gear. No, it has formula. There's formula for ungear, there's formula for regear. So I'm sure you people know that those things already. So once you now regear, you now get better equity geared. So in some textbooks you see BEG. What it means is better equity geared. So they've geared that ungeared. Hey, I they've seen myself, Jesus Lord. So what they've done is they've geared that ungeared better. So they now have equity, they have better equity geared. Why they used to split it? Is that don't forget that from the beginning it was an equity beta that you ungeared. Yes, now from the very beginning to get your BA, it was an equity beta, but that equity beta is called better equity ungeared. So in some textbook you'll be saying BEU, BEG. I'm just saying for clarity. So the first equity beta is what we call better equity ungeared. So the last after you've regeared is what we call better equity geared, and that is what comes into your what CAPM formula. So take that, put in your CAPM formula, you get your cost of equity. if cost of debt is not given to you in the question, maybe they give you information for IRR. Maybe you have what's the name? They give you number of years, they give you interest paid, they give you redemption value. Just take all of those things, bam. Quite easy to do. They give you the current market value of the bond. Just take all those things. Use the coupon, that is the interest. Let's IRR you want to do now. So take the interest, bam. Use the interest as the first discount factor. It's not compulsory. You can just pick any two discount factor. But me, I'm just saying for what's the name now? For uniformity's sake. So always use the interest that's given to you. Say maybe 9%, 8%. So take that 9%, use it to discount first. So use it as your first discount factor. Then let's assume you get a negative or a positive NPV. So you decide either you increase it or you reduce it to get a positive or a negative NPV also. Take the two NPV, both positive and negative, put in your IRR formula, get your cost of debt. But let me say something. Please unmuted now. Mute everybody. But what I'm saying is, for some sake, in questions where those informations are not given to you, informations like oh God of mercy. In situations where those informations are not given to you, information. I'll remove you from this call. And I'm meeting and I'm meeting yourself back. Wow. Because I'm saying, what am I saying? So I was talking about the how to get your cost of debt. So imagine what I was trying to say is that I think I explained it before, but I'll still explain again. If the cost of debt is not abstractly given to you, so if you want to do your if you want to do your IRR, please, in the interest, if you have charged tax on the interest, let's say the interest is maybe 10%. So if you have charged tax on the interest, when you are doing your work formula, that part of cost of debt 1 minus T, don't put tax rates there again. It's double counting. That's what we call it. So if you have charged tax on your interest in your IRR, don't come to the work formula and charge tax again. Charge you only once. So I always advise my students, that IRR part, do it normally. If you use 10, don't charge tax on it. Because people are already used to the 1 minus T in the cost or in the work formula. So easily you can get confused easily. So just leave that one, do that one normally. Then when you get to your work formula, go and charge your tax on it. I think that's majorly how to determine work. The another thing that is with work is how to get maybe value of the company. You can use book value or use market value. People know all those things already now. You use market value. Market value, that is, they give you say maybe what's the name? You can use weight. If you want to use book value is you using the amount in the the amount in the financial statement. So they give you a particular amount for shares, they give you a particular amount for debt, they give you a particular amount for preference shares. So just take all of them the way they are. So let's assume your ordinary share is 1 million. Your what's the name now? Maybe your reserve is 2 million. Add it together, that's the total equity, that's 3 million. You now take those 3 million, let's say your debt is now another 1 million, that's 4 million. So you now do 3 million over 4 million, you get a particular percentage. That's for equity. That's weight of equity. You go to weight of debt again, you do 1 million over 4 million. You get weight of what? You get weight of debt. So you just go and multiply those weights by your cost of equity and by your cost of debt. That is if you want to use book value. Book value, which is the one we always use most times. Market value, you need to be multiplying the ordinary share price by the number of shares. That's when you use market value. You multiply the share price by total number of shares. For equity, for debt also, you multiply the what's the name now? You multiply the what's the name? You multiply the value of there's a value of debt also. You multiply the market value of the debt also by the total number. You get a particular figure. You do the total also. So the total is what you now take to your work formula. Then you get your weighted average. Some people do hash total also. Anyone that you are comfortable with, basically. Anyone. But for me, I like to do I do anyone depending on the question. I feel like I've done market value in this class before, and I've also done book value in this class before. Thank you very much, Miss Wumi. It means if I don't finish. So for the next 2 minutes, let me take questions on that before I want what I want to do next week. The milestone they pay me already, sir. So just hold up your hand if you have questions for me, please. Okay, so I think I'm seeing a few hands up. So Abubakar Bello, ask me your question real quick, please. Abubakar Bello, your question, please. Okay, Tayo, pay me your question, please.
Thank you, sir. Well done, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I just want to suggest that we have not previously attended the lecture with you. At least maybe you'll have helped us to see your material so that as you are saying it, if you can put one or two things down so that we won't forget. That's my suggestion, sir.
Thank you very much. I don't think first of all, I'm sorry, I don't think how would I say it? I don't want to do that. Why don't I want to do that? It's not as if I don't want to do that, but I'm not here to do that. We've been teaching the same thing since January now. It's revision. I just decided to just brush our memory through it. It's not for me to come and start teaching you cost of capital again. It's just for me to refresh your memory. It's not for me to come and teach it. And all the things I'm saying, I don't have a material. Anyway, I know the right exam. Now for my head, I did talk out. So I'm expected that you know them too. Either you want to get the exam next week or not. So I'm just brushing your memory. So there's no material or anything you could get from what I've said. It's fine. Just jot them down. But there's no material or anything to them. I hope that's fine. Please fast. I mean, some people cannot join the class. The link is not active. Okay. Mr. Akko, please talk to me your question.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly, sir.
Okay. My name is Akko, calling from Meduguri. I don't know. This one I can brought up present today without financial statement attached. I'm suspecting they may surprise students with a lot of theories this diet. So as a coach, which theoretical part of this course do you suggest we should focus more? Please, I really need that advice. Thank you.
I cannot tell you which one to focus on now. For case study now, Mr. Kabir will contact that one. But for SFM, just read everything. I know be me they set the question. Just basically read all. Just read all. Please don't. I cannot give you anyone. If I give you and you no come out and go, you go say na me allow you feel. I beg you. So please just read all the theories. Theories are not much. For case study, I have no idea. I'm not even going to lie. I have no idea.
No, I just mean the only SFM I know is SFM I'm talking about.
Please just try to look at all of them. Please, these questions are too much. I don't think I can take all of them. I've not solved any question I want to solve tonight. I came here to solve two bulky questions. So I cannot take all these questions, please. And I already sent a summary of the theoretical aspect to the group self. I've sent it 2 times, I'll be 3 times. No. Anyways, yeah, Mr. Clement, talk to me, please. Fast, please. By 8:50, I must start though. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Clement, you. Okay, let me take another person. Gloria Yusuf, please, your question, please.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Clearly.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, what is there any difference between risk premium and market risk premium? That's under your difference between risk premium and market risk premium.
There's no difference. They're the same thing.
Okay.
But most people call them market risk premium. That's what is mostly called.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm stopping these questions by 8:50. No matter. Aisha, please talk to me.
Yes, please. You mentioned in two situations where we use IRR, redeemable preference shares. I didn't get the other one, please.
Irredeemable cost of debt.
Thank you so much.
No, redeemable, sorry, not irredeemable, redeemable. Redeemable cost of debt.
Are redeemable preference shares, right?
Yes, and redeemable preferences.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Dina, your question, please, real quick. Fast. Hey, Dina. Now, when I talk, say I want to take few questions. People are raising up your hand again. No one. Hey,
Sorry,
Dina,
sir.
your question.
I was practicing the question you gave and the solution. Question 3. Sorry, I'm taking us back.
Can I do that later, please? Hold on, let me just do that later. Regarding cost of capital, please. Just cost of
Yes,
capital. What I just
is
said.
on cost of capital. It's on cost.
Yeah.
The question and the solution is on gearing and regearing the.
Yeah, madam, what's the question? Fast, please.
The way they hold him like that, I don't even know how to express
You don't
myself.
have time now, madam.
Okay, we ungeared the proxy company. My question is, the asset beta that we got, is it for agriculture sector or for the whole company? When I was practicing it, I don't understand which asset beta we got.
Can you do me a favor?
In that solution.
That is not a question on cost of capital that I explained. That is to that question. Please reach out to me in my DM. Let me answer you. I'm just asking questions based on this cost of capital that I explained now. That one is based on that question. And I think I remember it's about 15, 85%, blah 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 drama. Please just let's leave that for DM. That's what I always say. If you have any question regarding anything, come to my DM. I'll answer you. So please, thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. Mr. Umar, please help me with your microphone, please. Miss Blessing, oh yeah, fast, please. I'm looking at the time.
Okay, good evening, sir. Please, I just want to confirm. You said when we are to ungear, we use proxy company information, but I didn't get the part of the equity beta. When we are to ungear, we are using the proxy company information, right? So during the process of regearing, I'm trying to
use your own company. Use your own company's information.
Your own company, okay? Thank you.
I'm classic, please. That's my name on the group chat. Last question, very last question. I don't think I can take any more. Mr. Light. Mr.
Okay,
Light.
all right. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. So please, I wanted to ask a question in relation to what we did that was the last question, calculation of work. So I remember someone said something which you said you were going to clarify on that. The risk free, we don't charge tax on that. So I don't know if you've dropped the clarity on that. So that moving on, we can know what to do.
I have not now, but I think I still clarified it to a very good extent that your risk free, don't always do it leave the tax part. Although I've still not actually, what I said was I was going to check more questions and see the ones that, but I've not even been able to check because I wanted to make sure that is a standard procedure. But left to me, once you do your risk free, you don't do it with tax. You don't do it like you don't charge tax on it. That left to me. But I wanted to check more questions and see what next I've forgotten. I'm not even going to lie. But anyways, I'll still do that. But I need a little remembrance. If somebody can help me, just send me a DM so I'll check it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Light. So I think I can. Let me just get started with what I have to do. So the time is already fast spent. This is already 9. Before we finish 12, most of you now go on. So, anyways, let's continue and let's get started to what we have to do here today.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Can you hear you?
So is it possible for us to solve a question on this geared and ungeared company so that it's easier to understand what you're talking about?
We solved about 3 million. If we solve another one today, that would be 3 million and 1. But I think they are saying information in all the classes. But I'm still sure they are seeing questions in our question bank that has to do with the gain and ungeared.
Please, you can do one.
at least one or two today. Thank you, sir.
Oh.
So I'm going to turn off everybody's microphone now. Let's get to the class, please. Thank you very much. So I'm going to pick my co-host, which are going to be the ones that call. Please, if you are raising up your hand, please help me and put your hands down, please. Thank you very much. Write your questions down. When I take questions, I'll take them. Please, if you are putting your hands up, please put them down. I'll do Aisha, Miss. Thank you. Just write your questions down. I'll take them when I'm done. Aisha Arabi, please help me with your hand. So I'm going to pick my co-hosts that help me call figure, and I will read the question for me. Do you know that I said put your hand down at that time? So do you know that I was doing something today? And I noticed that I was reading generally. I was reading here, and I noticed that the way I was telling the women to always call figure for me, that the men. Do you know if it was the other way around, problem for don't happen for this class. Most people would have gone to report me to Mr. Kabu saying, "Now only man. This man they always say nothing concern." People know. They always say women should call figure for me. To say now the other way around. The women, if I don't take them up. So now I've started to make changes to this class. Let's try something new. I want to try something new today. I know I will regret it, but I'm willing to give it a try. So I want to call the men. Let the men give me figure and read question from me. Please, let me just give you guys a disclaimer. If there's mistake with any of our figure, we're not go take them like that or anything we solve. Because all these men, their voice go, they give me a headache. You know, go they allow me, they know what they do. But I'm willing to try. I know it will not happen again. After today's class, it will never happen again. But let me try it. Let's see the way it goes. Let's see the way it goes. You people will not have that. People will not enjoy this liberty again. But let's see. So I'm going to pick 3 men now, 3 strong men. So let me unmute everybody's mic so I can know who that will calculator that can help me with figures. So my women in the house, I beg, make una no vex. Let's see what the men can do. What do you think?
We agreed last week that it's men that will carry on with today.
Yeah, now. You see,
A trial will convince you.
Don't the year. This class no go sweet, but no, I'm willing to give it a try. Mr. Light, are you the calculator? You see, they never even answer me. 1 year to answer me if you are with calculator.
Yes, sir.
Let me look for another person. You have a calculator, thank you. So you call figure for me. So you won't find the men say if they had me.
They are not serious.
They are not serious at all. Mr. Benjamin, are you a calculator?
No, sir.
I see.
I never hear this one before for my life.
Imagine, no calculator. 2 weeks to
It's not what it's not scientific calculator.
not second class.
No, it's market women calculator. It's not scientific.
Now you won't go that SFM.
And if they go SFM exam.
This man will shame you.
So market men no they use calculator. Say na market women.
No let them fall our hand, though.
They should not even fall my hand. Please, is there any man in the house with good calculator? Just raise up your hands.
Women can never do this. Women can never.
They're always ready. Oh gosh. See now. They fall your hand.
Wait, first.
God bless women.
These women are dramatic. Men are hold on first. Wait. Ologe, Ese, you have calculator, abi?
Yes, sir, I have calculator.
Atunlele, but I say, man.
You see?
Let me go for you now.
No, man, I define it. Mr. Tolo, you calculator, please.
How can he be with
Mr. Tolo, you calculator?
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Are you sure?
So, Mr. Tolo, you call figure for me. Get one person where I define for this class. Mr. David, is he here? I don't think I've seen him. Hey, Olayinka David.
Our time.
Olayinka David, I need 3 people. I've gotten 2. I've gotten Mr.
He
Light.
you should avoid him. He doesn't have calculator.
Oh, wow. Please, okay, Mr. Lucky. Lucky Obo, please, do you have calculator with you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Oma, you go increase this your voice, so this your bedroom voice no go where. Olushola Agbola, you have calculator too, Abi? Olushola Agbola, that man is on the road. Just there. So I've picked 3 people now. So
I'm not on the road, though. I have calculator.
Thank you. So I've picked Mr. Olushola, Mr. Lucky, their names say no sweet, but no one, Mr. Toludo, and Mr. Light. So the four of you, the four of you. So you will call figure, and you also do it in. You also give me figure. And you also read question. That was just to brighten up the mood anyway. So can we start? Do you even know where we are? Problem don't be here today like this. This question, what are we supposed to solve in this question bank?
Question 5. We are starting from question 5. We had skipped it.
Okay, so we left question 5.
Question 5, sir.
Okay. So where's our working notes? Where I think this is it. This was where we stopped. So let me share my screen. Let me go back to muting everybody so we can start. Please, so we are going to start from question 5. This man, I beg now with the name of God. No give me poison. I beg. Give me correct figure. Read question actively. Thank you very much. On that note,
the man was surprised with tonight.
I'm active. I will wait for it and see it. Anyways, so let's start, please. Question 5. Somebody with so okay. I've not even let me make you guys a co-host. Then we'll start from there. Thank you. So make me co-host. Shit. 1 minute. Oh, sorry, that was my fault. I should have made them a co-host. Can you guys hold up your hand if I picked you, please, so that I don't stress too much? So if I picked you, please hold up your hand, please. Manuel Light, thank you. Make you a co-host. To make co-host go hard like this. Okay. So Mr. Light, I've made you a co-host. You can try to unmute you. Okay, this Oluge is say. So Mr. Right, I think I've made you a co-host, so you can read the question while I try to make the rest the co-host so that we don't waste too much time. Mr. Ologe, I've made you a co-host. Please, you can read question for me already, please.
I'm a lady, actually. Okay, sir, let me read it. Question 5.
Well, this was not our agreement now. Oh, yeah, read question. First read question. Just read first. Read.
AKPLC is a company listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. It is involved in property development and sales. The government currently imports more than 60% of its cement requirements. At a recent meeting of the board of directors, a decision was taken to establish a division for the production of cement in Ore, Ondo State. If the division is set up and the cement production goes ahead, output from the division will be sold to AK plc and external customers at market price. For planning purposes, it has been decided that the financial viability of the project over the next 5 years should be determined. The sum of 2 billion naira will be required. The sum of 500 million will be spent to acquire an existing factory considered suitable for the project. The balance of 1.5 billion naira will be applied for the procurement and installation of essential plant and equipment. Tax allowance can be claimed on plant and equipment at a uniform amount over 5 years with nil scrap value. A total of 20 million naira has been spent on various surveys, markets, technical, financial, etc. to date, out of which 10 million naira has been paid. The balance of 10 million naira is due for payment at the end of year 1. Production of cement for the next 5 years is projected as follows. All figures assumed to be correct. A bag of cement sells currently for 2,000 naira in the open market. This price is expected to increase at the rate of 5% per annum. Variable cost is now per bag. This will increase at 4% per annum. Fixed overhead costs will be 15 million naira at current prices, but will rise by 8% per annum. Apportioned head office charges of 25 million naira at current prices will rise by 10% per annum. 50% of the total initial outlay of 2 billion naira is to be funded with a loan from a federal government development bank at a constitutionally fixed interest rate of 8%, payable at the end of each year. The project will require a working capital of 10% of annual revenue, and this should be available at the beginning of each year. The company uses a current weighted average cost of capital (WACC) of 11% to appraise all capital projects. The asset beta of the company is 1.2, equity beta is 1.6, risk-free rate is 5%, while the market risk premium is 7%. The finance director is of the view that it is not appropriate to use the existing WACC to appraise the new project. He has identified a listed company which currently produces cement and packaged food drinks. The company has the following financial statistics: equity beta 1.82, debt beta 0.4, debt and equity ratio 40%. 60% of the market value of the company is attributed to cement production, while 40% of the value is attributed to the fruit drinks division. The fruit drinks division has equity beta of 0.8. The new project is expected to move AK PLC to the target debt to equity ratio of 30%. Tax rate is 25% for the two companies and is paid in the year profit is made. You are required to compute the appropriate cost of capital that AK PLC should use to appraise the cement project, and state why you consider this rate more appropriate than the existing WACC of 11%. Note: your final cost of capital should be rounded up to the nearest whole number. State any assumptions made. B. Compute the net present value and the modified internal rate of return of the project, assuming a cost of capital of 13%. Work to the nearest million. Recommend whether the project should be accepted or not using both NPV and MIRR methods.
Thank you very much. At least before I start the year, all these voices, make I first hear that nice one first. I'm going to because of our agreement, because I don't dey complain. So let me go and stop making you a call so you will not reply me again. So thank you very much. So these men developed us in part of our problem. So now let me I hope everyone can see my screen, please. Please, if you cannot see my screen, please raise up your hand, please. If you cannot see my screen, raise up your hand. Same coin number one up. Okay, just about 3. So please, if you cannot see my screen, I think it's from your hand, please. I think if you cannot see it's from your hand, just try to log out and log in again. But let me do something. Let me stop the sharing again and do it from beginning. Time has gone already, and this question is big. So let's say my entire screen. So I've tried to share it again. So if you are not seeing my screen, I think it's from your hand. So please, I just gone through people's comment section. I think people are jokers. People are comedians in that place. So anyways, so this is the question. So now, the question would have been a very, very straightforward question, but where the problem got twisted is now this company that they want to what's the name now? This company that, let me read it, or let me just summarize. This AK PLC, it is involved in property development and sales. I believe he imports what's the name? He imports cement requirements. Now let's now go down. See the problem, or where the problem now came from is, okay, this is information regarding the sales, the variable cost, the fixed cost. Now they now want to use a proxy company. This is where the problem now began. That is why I always tell you guys, read your question very well. Read your question very well. In a normal scenario, you could have just picked the question and started solving. But the problem now is when they now want to pick a proxy company, either a listed company currently produces cement and fruit drink. That's where there's problem. Just this line is where the problem began. Because we are just a cement company. What's in concern us and fruit drink now? So this information now, they are information for a cement factory that is also into fruit drink. We are just into cement. So it cannot make sense to use organization like that as a proxy company. That is where the problem is. So what we now need to do is that we need to get, and if you check this information, give it to us, they give us equity beta, fine. There is no asset beta in this question. So what it means is we need to what? We need to ungear to get asset beta. Listen to me, oh. They've given us equity beta. So what it means is we need to ungear to get asset beta. But the problem is the equity beta that is given to us is for the total company, for the company that into cement and food drink. That's the equity beta that's the asset beta that is given to us. So now what do we now do now? So we cannot use this particular asset beta for anything. So we need to get asset, they've given us, so we need to get asset beta for what? For cement factory. So that's the one we can use. So we need to get what? We need to get an asset beta for what? For a cement factory. And normally they did not give it to us. They just give us combined beta. They just give us combined beta, which is 1.82. But they did not give us what? They did not give us asset beta of this cement organization. That's where our problem started from. So that is where we now start calculation for. So let's start. So you see, who is unmuted like this? So Ulushola, please now, please. You're a coach. You're supposed to organize the class, not scatter it. So let's say, so what's the name of the company again? What's the name of the company?
AKPLC.
AKPLC. Question what? Question
5.
5. Okay, so AKPLC question 5. So let's start from the first. What's the first requirement that we're supposed to calculate first? Supposed to calculate appropriate work, Abi. So you now come here. So you say, you're so far away. And then let me try to see the ones I can. No. So let me not say. So you say, A, calculation of the appropriate work, Abi. Fine. So now let's bring out some of the variables that we have. Let's bring out some of the variables that we have for easy calculation. So let's say so you say combined. So let's say make this wider a little. So you say combined company, combined proxy company beta. Although let me use combined. When I use combined, it might look say cement and food drink proxy company beta. What's the figure? That's the total, the combined equity beta.
1.82.
1.82. So you also come here, you say equity beta of food drink. What's the figure?
0.8.
0.80. Okay, I don't think we are done. I think they give us information on some market value. The market value of cement. What's the market value of cement?
0.4. 0.
Of cement.
That's 60% now, 0.6.
60%. See market value of fruits. That should be 40%, yeah?
Yes, sir. 40%.
So now let's go and calculate our what's the name now? Our asset beta. But before we calculate our asset beta, first, the first problem is we need to determine, this equity beta that is given to us is for proxy company now. So we need to determine the equity beta of cement. That's the one we can ungear. We cannot just go and ungear this total now. This total cannot be ungeared. So we need to get a cement factory's equity beta first. So that's the one that we now need to go out on here. So you now say, so let's say cement. So I will represent cement company with C, and I will represent food drink with what? With F. So you say C. They don't score my here again. This stupid thing. Then you replace this one with F. So you now come here now. So you now say, so anywhere you see C is cement company, please. Anywhere you see F is food drinks company. So you now say cement company BE. No. That's what we are trying to find now. Or let's do it like this. Let's say combined. Let's do it like this. Let's say combined equity. That's for the two of them. Equals to, let me do this. Equals to what? So you say equity beta of cement multiplied by, I think I've done something like this. Let's assume I've not. Equals to what? Equals to the market value of cement over what? Total market value of cement and food things. Not a plus. So whenever you see combined company like this, there's also a question in that question mark that looks like this. That's why you should listen attentively, because when I get there, I may not explain much. There's also a question that looks like, so anyway you see combined company, this is the formula you use, please. It's not necessarily cement and food drinks. So what you're supposed to use equity beta of one company over times market value of that company and total market value of that company also. Then you also now use the beta equity of the other company times market value of that same company over the total market value of that same company also. So you can come here. So you say combined equity is equals to, so what's the equity beta of cement? We're looking for it. Please, can you guys hear? Am I speaking to myself? Are you guys there?
Yes, we can.
The equity beta of cement company is the one we are calculating. So what's the market value of cement company? 60%.
60%.
0.60. Let me use 60. So say 60. The total market value of cement and food. That's 100 now. So the beta equity, sorry, this is beta equity of food, not of cement. Beta equity of food. So beta equity of food. So what's the beta equity of food?
0.8.
0.8. The market value of supposed to market value of food. What am I writing? Supposed to market value of food. So what's market value of food? That's 40.
40 over 100.
So now don't forget that BEC is what we are looking for. So let's do it like this. Okay, they gave us combined equity also now 1.82. So 1.82. That is this now, that first information given to us. So you now say, please, what's 60 divided by 100? So you see 1.82 equals to, that should be 0.60 BEC plus what? So what is this figure going to give me?
0.3.
0. What?
32.
0.32.
So you collect like terms. So you want to collect like terms, what do you have? 0.60 BEC
equals to 0.82 minus 1.82.
No, 1.82 is the other way. Minus 0.32. So divide both sides by 0.60. What do I have?
Answer is 2.5.
So my better equity of cement company equals to what?
2.5.
2.5.
2.5. So now we have equity beta of what? Of cement company. Now we can now comfortably ungear this equity beta comfortably. So for somebody that wants me to do the first, I want me to try an example. This is an example. Once you have your equity beta, the next step is to ungear. So you now say ungear the equity beta. What's the formula to ungear? I mean, I don't know saying I'm going to call formula for me too. What's the formula to
That's BA equals to BE times value of equity over value of equity plus debt.
I'm not supposed to be writing this formula again at all. So you say equity over equity plus debt on minus tax.
Then repeat the same thing with value of debt. That's the beta of debt. Value of debt.
Plus your debt beta. The same thing like this, Abby.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Like this, Abby.
Yeah, but we are changing the variables. The E at the top is going to be changed to debt. That's debt.
I think say I won't say hey, which time go see here today. Na sharp. Nice one, boys. Anyways, this is the formula to ungear. So you now come here. So let's put this formula. Let's put the variables in this formula. So our BA is what we are trying to get, but we've gotten our better equity here. And don't forget, always ungear with what? Proxy companies information. So you come here, I think 2.5. So you say 2.5. What's the value of equity in the question? What's the value of equity in the question? Of proxy company now. You guys can hear me.
Yes, sir. I'm coming.
I didn't
get the question.
My question: what is the value of equity in this of proxy company?
60. 100%. Equity debt is 40%.
Equity is
60%. 60.
60. Equity will not be 40.
Equity is 100% since it's debt over equity ratio.
Fine. One house, please let me explain. Although after our last class, one or two people took the liberty to ask me that particular question, which I explained to them. Let me explain to you if you were not in that class. So what I explained was, listen to me. You know, they can either tell you, there are two ways it can come. First of all, they can tell you debt to equity. They tell you debt to equity is, let me just say debt to equity ratio. Something I wanted to say earlier, but let's just leave it. Okay, but let me still say it. It can come two ways. It can either tell you debt to equity. Let's assume they tell you debt to equity is 200. Now, because it's like this, debt to equity is different from debt to equity ratio. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Debt to equity is different from debt to equity ratio. Always watch out for the question. In some question, they just tell you debt to equity is 100. If they tell you debt to equity is 100, go and use that 100 for the what they are telling you is the two of them is 100. That's what they are trying to tell you. Your equity and your debt is 100. That is what they are telling you. But if they tell you debt to equity ratio, that one is not divided into another. That one is not another problem on its own. Listen to me. If you have solved past question, I think there's a question I saw where they said debt to equity is 1.25. I mean 2 points. What it means is that is the value of your debt to equity. The two of them as they are. So what you're supposed to do is just carry your cost of equity multiplied by that debt to equity. That figure. Bam, just take it like that. That's different. If they now tell you debt to equity ratio, this one is not another problem. They tell you debt to equity ratio is equal to 40%. Now, this can come in two ways. Listen, this can come in two ways. First, let me explain. Like I told you, these two problems. It could either be debt to equity. This is where this one confuses a lot of people. Listen, it could either be debt to equity or debt to total assets. It could either be any of this one. Either it's debt to equity or debt to total asset. If it's debt to equity, what debt to equity means is debt over what? Over equity. But what debt to total asset means is debt over debt again plus equity. These are the two differences. If it's debt to equity means debt over equity. But if it's debt to total asset, it means debt over total asset is your debt and your equity now. So it means debt over debt plus equity. Now listen. I'm talking about debt to equity ratio now. At every scenario, at every opportunity, at every time, this your denominator must always be 100. Listen, no. At every chance, this your denominator here, it must always be 100. At every chance, this must always give you 100. Denominator must always be 100. So now, in situation where they now tell you debt to equity ratio is 40. So what they've told you is, it means that your debt now is 40. That's the meaning. Your debt is 40. And what's not the value of your equity? And because I've told you that all scenario here, what should be the value of your equity? I'm asking, no. I'm asking, no.
100.
100.
That's the meaning of that. Because they see 200 somewhere now. Wow. Listen, let me come again. I'm not asking the general question again. Listen to what I'm telling you. At all cases, say this denominator must, let's speak it in German. At all cases, this denominator must be 100. And they've told you that, and this is debt over equity, and they've told you that your debt is 40. What would that be equity now? Since this must be 100. It means your equity is 100 now. But for this other case, they've told you that your debt is 40. And I've told you that for all scenarios, this must always give you 100. And if debt is 40, if you come to this down part, this debt still remains 40. Then what do you now need to add to 40 to give you 100 now?
60.
It's 60 now. It's 60. It's just that it's as simple as that. So what you need to do is, if it's debt to equity ratio, just come here in your maybe you're working, just come here, write debt over equity. They told you debt is 40, automatically means your equity is 100. In this other one, debt is 40. If it was debt to equity, debt here would have been 40 also, then equity would have been 60 in this other scenario. But for this, our situation of the question, our equity value is 100, please. Please, if you don't understand what I said, please raise up your hand, please. Please raise up your hand if you don't understand what I said. Okay, I'm saying quite a number of answers. Now let me explain what I said again. Now don't let me use 40, don't let me use 40, 60. Let me use, my problem is most of you have learned this thing somewhere. And maybe they've taught you a wrong thing. Please unlearn first. Unlearn. That thing they've taught you. Leave it. That rubbish. They've told me to before that, they've told one of my students before that the rubbish I told them, they should leave it. God, I beg you. But what I'm saying is, you see that rubbish they've taught you before also. Please leave it. Hey, now what I'm saying is, listen, no. Let me use debt. This is the last time I will explain this thing. Say debt to. Well, these men they make this class boring. I'm not even going to lie. My women, I just miss Chika. So don't they give me ginger? Debt to equity ratio equals 30%. Listen, no. Debt to equity ratio equals 30%. Now, what this means is debt over equity. What I'm saying is this is different from this now. This is different from this. This is D over E. This one is debt over debt plus equity. Total asset is a combination of debt plus equity. What me I'm now telling you is, at all scenario, this your equity must always be 100. Not only equity, this denominator, this thing that is down, both this one and both this one, it must always be 100. At all scenario, it must always be 100. So if they told you your debt to equity ratio is 30%, it automatically means that your debt, this value is for debt. It means that debt is 30. What's now going to be value of equity? Since at all scenario, this must always be 100. It means your equity is 100 now. Since at all scenario, they've given value for debt. And at all scenario, this must always be 100. So it means your equity is 100. But for this other scenario, debt is 30. Debt is 30. In this under 2, debt still remains 30. So what this other one means is, I don't allow me to shout, and it's late here. So what this means is 30. Listen, it means 30 as our debt over 30 plus E. Now I think that all scenario, this must be 100. What will now be value of E to give you 100? 70 now. But this one, for this other first one, it means 30, which is value of your debt, over, you don't know equity, and I told you that it must always be 100. And it means 30 over 100 now. So use the 30 over 100. That's the grammar. That's the meaning. So this one would have been 70. This one would have been 100. I don't know the grammar to blow it again. No. Only if you want me can speak on for you. But I hope it's clear to a good extent. So for this particular scenario, our value of our equity is going to have been, is supposed to have been 100. So 100 plus what now? 100. I don't the year go again. It don't come on you. God of mercy. Now, wow. What's our tax rate?
Tax rate is 25%.
25%. Don't know you score 0.25. So what's our debt beta? Proxy company, please.
0.4.
Please, always information for proxy company, even up to debt beta, please. Even up to debt beta. Information
Sorry.
of proxy. Eh?
Is debt, is it not 40%? Is it 30?
Cannot hear you.
That's debt is not 40%. You wrote 100 plus 30, 1 net of tax.
Is this correct, please?
Sir?
Is this correct?
It's 40. It's supposed to be 40 for the proxy company, sir. Yes.
I've changed it. Please, up to tax rate also, proxy company, please. 0.5. Yeah, 0.25. Yeah, what do I have? Yeah, what do I have? So do this separate. So 2.5 multiplied by, what do I have for this
Total
one?
who to do it separately.
First tell me the value of this first, like for this first box. Somebody should do this first box, somebody should do this other box.
0.76.
0.76 plus 0.40 times, what's the other box?
0.23.
0.23. So do I have for my asset beta?
Please, the first one, how many figures? If we're rounding up to 2, it's supposed to be 0.77.
And now give me something that give me how they use. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
1.93, sir.
Everything.
No, that's okay. Let me just
give me my beer. Yeah.
One point
1.93.
What about asset beta?
Plus 0. Plus 0.
Give me the I need give me the whole thing. Give me the whole asset beta. Say
2.02.
1.0.
Wow.
1.02.
Cannot hear you now.
Let me remove my earpiece. 1.02.
Cannot be one. Cannot be
The
one
total
point.
figure is 2.02.
Please, it's 2.02.
2.02.
From there now, we get the BA. So you get the asset beta now. So what's the formula to we get?
Beta of equity equals to asset beta plus.
I'm listening to you. You say beta of equity is equals to BA
Beta of asset plus
AG
plus
bracket BA minus beta of debt and value of
value
debt.
of equity. Or what?
Value of debt.
Value of debt like this.
No, sir. And you can also do it like this, value of debt over value of equity. Yes, it also works. One net of that, yes.
Like this, have you?
Yes, still good.
So 2.02. I know you know another formula, and that one will also work now. That 1 minus 1 minus there work. It's the same thing. Just use the one you know.
Is it
You have
also value of debt over equity?
What?
Value of debt over value of equity. Yes, value of debt over value of equity.
So 2.02, and do we have that? Do you have that better for our own company? Is it debt better for our company?
No.
So if there is none, minus
Okay.
0, abi?
Yes.
The value of debt and value of equity. What's the value of debt of our own company?
This is 30 over 100. 30 over 100.
So 30
over 100.
Please use that method I taught you. You see that is what you have. 1 minus. What's our tax rate?
25 or 0.25.
0.25. 0.25. So what do I have for my equity better, please? Please, if you are not pressing figure for me, please be confirming these figures. So I don't trust this man at all.
2.4. 2.47. 47.
2.43.
47. 47. No, 2.47.
Let me confirm something.
$2.25.
Okay.
Yeah, I've removed my earpiece now.
Okay. Oh yeah. 2.47, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's do what now? So determination of PE using CAPM, abi?
Yes.
So you say our CAPM formula KE equals to what? RF plus beta RM minus
RM minus RF.
oh yeah. So you say cost of equity equals to what's our risk free in the question?
5%.
5. What's our beta? 2.47.
2.47.
What's our market return?
We're given a risk premium of
We're giving it
7%.
So
Premium.
7%.
Yes.
So my cost of equity equals what?
Equals 2.29.
Premium.
Cost of equity 22.29.
22.29.
Yes.
Like this. Yeah. So let's go and calculate our work now. So now say work. Let me see. Determination of work. Okay, so work. What's work formula?
Cost of equity times value of equity.
I'm listening now. Cost of equity times value of equity.
Equity, yes, over value of equity plus value of debt. Then there's like cost of debt times value of debt over value of equity plus value of debt.
This your cost of debt is net of tax, so 1 minus T, please. So you now say what's our KE? That's 22.29
22.29
times do not so 100 what?
Over 130.
100 over 130 plus what's value of debt? What's value of debt to what is the cost of debt? Because they use value of debt. What is the cost of debt?
8%.
Where do you see 8%?
This 50% of the initial, that's the loan funded by the federal government.
Please, that is our cost of debt. Oh. Some people now go say they did not give us. You go and use risk free. They gave you. See now, 50%. That's the loan of the in the 2 billion funded by federal government at a concessional interest rate of 8%, payable at the end of each year. That is the cost. This 8% is the cost of this money they are giving you. So it's 8% though. What you say they did not give you. So you now come here. You now say 8. Somebody's there. I'm echoing, please. 1 minus our tax rate 0.25, Abby. Times what is that's 30 over 130. How do I have? What is my work?
That's 18.53. But that's okay. The first one is 17.15 plus 1.38, which is 18.53%. Yeah.
I will go calculate. So I think that's fine. Before I move on, let me take one or two. Mr. Lucky, please don't know your mic, please. I'm echoing. So let me take one or two questions regarding that cost of capital that we just solved. Please just raise up your hand. Few questions. Few. Really, few questions. So okay. So Mr. Adebayo, please ask me fast, please. Adebayo, please ask me questions regarding this cost of capital that I just solved now. Abiodun, please ask me, please. Okay, sorry, you people cannot talk. sorry, I don't forget. Oh yeah, Mr. Adebayo, I think you can speak to me now. Oh yeah, fast now, Adebayo. Mr. Abiodun.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
So I don't think I don't know, maybe I missed out something. That beta of debt, why do we use 0?
Because we don't have our own company does not have debt beta now.
Okay.
This proxy company that has debt beta, our own company does not have.
Oh.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Please let me call you, please. Thank you. Mr. Adebayo, yeah. Aisha Rabi, please talk to me fast. Afolabi Comfort.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Please, sir, why do we add the 1 minus tax to the formula for the to equity beta? That BA is equal to VE plus VD. With the VD, why do we have put
Which one are you
1
talking about, madam? Is it this one?
Yes, sir.
That's the formula now. That's the formula, ma'am. Most people don't know that there's 1 minus tax up and down because most times there's no debt beta, but there's debt beta, please. There's 1 minus T up and down.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So I think I'll take one more last question before I move on. How do Francis, please? How do Francis? Oh yeah, fast.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I just want a little clarification on the tax rates being charged on the value of debt. You know, the value of debt is we reflected the post-tax value of debt. I don't know if we deduct the tax on the interest, would that be sufficient? Sometimes I normally get confused as to whether.
I don't understand what you're saying. Subtract the tax from which interest?
Okay, from the cost of debt, the cost of debt itself. I thought it's usually the one that is reflected post-tax, but I discovered that the post-tax, the value of debt is reflected post-tax.
I don't know if I'm the only one that does not understand what you're saying. Is it WACC?
In WACC, yes, sir. In WACC,
which one is?
The cost of debt is reflected post-tax. However, in the cost of ungearing, we reflected the value of debt as post-tax. So I don't know. I thought it's only the interest, that is the cost of debt, that is usually reflected post-tax, not the value of the debt itself.
For ungearing, you do it post-tax.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, Mr. Ladimiji, I think you want to tell me something. That's the last question I'm taking, then I'm continuing. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. In one of the paragraphs, I saw something like equity beta and asset beta. So I want to ask, our equity beta, is that the addition of asset beta and debt beta?
Are you asking based on the question or
Yes,
generally?
yes. Where you are exactly. The asset beta of you have the asset beta of the company is 1.2, equity is 1.6. So from there, I'm asking that the debt it should be the difference between the equity beta and the asset beta, which give us the debt beta. It's a question that got me.
It actually works. Yes, it actually works. It actually works. That's why I'm shouting. It would actually work. Because it would actually work normally. But the thing is, normally for questions like this, because I kind of expected that some people might have left that debt beta out. Normally, you know that I've told you that asset beta does not include debt. If you add your debt beta to your asset beta, yes, it's going to give you your equity beta. Yes, it's very, very correct. Very, very correct. If you add your asset beta plus your debt beta, it's going to give you your equity beta. So in situations like this, you can comfortably subtract your equity beta from your asset beta to get your debt beta. Yes, it's very correct. Very, very correct. Please, what's the difference?
0.4.
0.4. Let me see what that gives us. But the difference will not be something that will be too far, you see. So let's assume we have 0.4 here. Please, fast. What do I have? Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. What do I have? Yeah. So what this has taught you is if you read the question, this is another. If you read the question thoroughly and they don't give you for your own company, this value is for your own company information. They don't give you debt beta for your own value. They give you asset beta and equity beta. Yes, you can. Let me tell you something. The thing is, I always tell you, after all of all, always write your assumption. Yes, now. After this, if I had written my assumption that it was assumed that for our own company, there is no debt beta. Everybody understands what I'm doing. That's what I'm telling you. The difference is not something, there will be little difference, but difference will not be something that will affect what you are doing so massively. You will see. I don't think it will be more than 1 or 2. That will be the difference. What do I have here? Please, fast. Everybody can talk now, so you can easily give me a figure.
2.38.
2.38.
2.38. So if I bring that here, 2.38, what do I have? Oh yeah,
that's 21.66.
So if I bring my 21.66 here, what do I have? This 18.53. The difference should not, it will never be much. What do I have? Maybe 17 or 19 point something. Yeah. What do I have? Oh.
16.89.
18.04. 18.05.
0.05. 2.05.
So let's just leave it as 18% now. So if you had used 18% and 18.53, do you see there will not have been any difference? That's what I'm just particularly saying. There will not have been any difference. But that's very smart, Mr. Raiwaju. Thank you very much. I didn't read the question very well. So if you are trying to ungear or regear, so with your own information, they don't give you debt beta, they give you asset beta and they give you equity beta. You can subtract it and have your own equity, have your own debt beta. Yes, you can. So you get your equity beta, you do your KE, you do your work. So I think that is all for all the questions I'll take. So I'm going to free everybody now, please, because I need this next one I want to do now is growing. So I need figures here and there. And these men, they do me. A small may make I sleep safe. So I'm leaving everybody now so that everybody can give me figures, please. But please let's comport ourselves, I beg. You are not giving me figure, mute yourself. Thank you very much. So we cannot have decimal safe. Thank God I don't even have any decimal. So your final cost of capital should be rounded up to the nearest whole number. So 18 or 19 would have been the answer. So please don't put decimal there. I beg. So state any assumptions made. What were our assumptions? So you assume that the asset beta given to you was correct. You assume that the equity beta given to you was correct. If I was one that did that first one I did, I assume that my one company does not have debt beta. Now me assume I'm now, no your assumption. I assume that the debt beta, our own company does not have debt beta. But for this part, that's for the first one I did. But for this other one, now they have debt beta. So I just assume that the debt beta too is correct. What other thing did you assume? You also assume that the asset beta, what's the name now? Measures
Risk free and return, please.
risk free too. You assume that the risk free is correct. You assume that the market return is also correct. So those are your assumptions that you made. So, let's go to the B part. I think the B part told us to do what? What did B part tell us to do?
MPV
and modify
return.
You see those men, as I say, I don't unmute everybody. They just give up. Yeah, we don't cuckoo even tire before self. Carry your
No, we are still here.
even me, I don't go. Now small will make I sleep. I don't be active now. So let's calculate our MPV. How many years do we have?
Five years. 5 years. 5 years.
So let's see. I'm on this thing go long. 0, 1,
Yeah.
2, 3. Let me contain it. Let me reduce one. What do I do now?
I think you should reduce from here.
Okay, so let's try this one. So what's the first thing we have? Sales, Abby. So let's go and do our workings. Workings, see. So what's the grammar on sales, please?
A bag of cement currently sells for 2,000 in the open market. The price is expected to increase at the rate of 5% per annum.
Increase by 5% per annum. So you see it sells for how much?
2,000.
2,000.
So currently that means that's year 0 now. So that means you are increasing from there. So you now come here. So what you will not do, so you say year 1. That's 2,000 times what? 1.05. Let me change this to power 1 of it.
1.05.
1.05 is power 1. So it's equal to
2-1.
You see my can you people see my people? Hey, madam, please hold on, Jare. Let me first write all these years out.
So we have calculated this. We're just waiting for you to write.
And so now go they talk. So 3, 4, 5, so 2000, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Wait, how do I have? 2, 1.
2205.
2 what?
2205.
205. For year 3.
2315. 2315.
2431.
2431. Please, now you're listening to radio. Don't call figure for me now.
2552 or 3 then.
2553.
IFO is 2431.
Vex. That Gary are doing this evening now. Right? So now let me explain something. I've seen some questions. I've seen some textbooks. No, not textbook actually. Question. It's still the same thing. What some people used to do. Even though I like to refer to textbooks because I know you people like to read plenty books. So what I'm saying is some people can do like this 2000 times 1.05. They have 2-1. So this same 2-1, they can bring it again and multiply by 1.05. You will get the same thing now. It's just mathematics. So what I'm saying, instead of raising this up to this power 1, power 2, power 3, this same 2-1, you know the way we will grow, what we grew was just 2,000 naira throughout. That's why we're raising up to this 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you want to do it, if you bring this 2-1, multiply by 1.05, don't raise it to power anything. You're supposed to have this 2,205. If you do 2,205 multiplied by 1.05, you're supposed to have this. This multiplied by 1.05, you're supposed to have this. So it's still the same thing we are doing. It's just presentation skills. I don't know if I did make sense, but anyways.
Yes, sir.
Over sense, the worry, sir.
Okay, I'm just saying it for people that don't understand the basics. So what's the unit we have?
500,000, 600,000, 650.
Relax, madam. I type.
Sorry.
600,000.
650.
800.
800.
Voices, Jesus is God.
And 700.
No hear any man.
700.
Can you hear any man voice for the 700.
Our voice no switches.
7 year now. You said, are you impressed with yourself?
You just want to do it
You
and go.
do not enjoy it.
No enjoy anything. Oh yeah, my total sales are big.
1,050,000.
You win 1,050,000.
1,050,000.
Yeah,
Should we just remove the
Let's just make it
thousand?
in thousands.
The units are in 100.
Calm down.
Yeah, the units are also in thousand.
I'm already doing it myself. Oh yeah, that's 1050, Abi.
Yes.
Next.
1323.
1, 2. Maybe not 1, 2, 3.
1323. 1504.
Don't give me points. Don't give me points.
I don't know. We should remove.
Sorry, sir.
1504.
I think the question said we should walk to the nearest million.
That's what we are doing.
Okay.
Is in billion, no. This is million.
That your 50 got quoted up should be in million. That's 000. It's million.
That was in thousands, yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
1945. 1787.
Let's bring these figures here. 1050.
Sorry, sir. That M should be B.
What one hear me? What one B?
It's meant to be in year 1.
It's in billion, not million.
It's correct now.
Yeah, next one. 1505. 1945. What's the last one? 1787. Yeah, on to the next. Variable cost.
Okay, so can I read?
Gladly, please.
Okay, so variable cost is
Variable
now
cost
per
is now
bag.
per bag.
This will variable cost is now per bag. This will
It's now
increase
per
at per bag. This will increase at 4% per annum. To stop. Then that's all the information for variable cost.
I think there's an
Yeah,
error.
the variable cost is 800. They omitted this here.
Well, what is there?
You have another question?
Yeah,
Yes,
same.
800. Actually,
I've seen it.
It's one of the assumptions.
This is why I don't like to omit the whole class. It gives me a headache. Listen and let me talk now. It's not any assumption. The question is omitted. It's not complete. Its variable cost is now 800 naira per bag. So please put it there. Just a typographical error. Lubaton. Nobody's assuming anything. Please, I beg. All those men just don't allow us bored. That's why I had to free the whole class. Let's do it in fun. I was already bored as all those men just they do anyhow. So yeah, let's go. So 800 naira per bag. So I cannot type it here. Maybe I'll type it later when I'm done. I cannot type. So it's 800 naira per bag, please. So let's copy this. Let me copy this again now. I'll get strength.
Okay.
So we are doing. I don't do again. It's okay. So yeah, so you see variable cost. Variable cost. So 800 is it 5%?
4%.
800. Let me go it from here. 4. How everybody understand what we are doing? Going should not be a problem at this period. I better go.
Sorry, sir. Is the increase supposed to start from year 1 or year 2? Since like for that sales, it says it's currently selling for 2,000. I think that should be from year that 2,000 should represent for year 1.
It's going to start from year 1, sir. This one we did. What we did is correct, sir.
All right, sir.
Thank you. Please, if you want to ask me anything, please, I'm begging. Can you please just raise up your hand? I'm begging. Benny Mobe, please. It makes the class in order. I beg. But I want to eat something, and I imagine everybody is just. It would not be nice now. So yeah. Here's my figures. Total variable cost. Total is 1 minute, please. Let me put this in order. Total is 8 what?
832.
832. Year 2.
865.
Not the total. You're supposed to
865.
put it under unit. Sorry.
8. Year 3, 900.
Okay.
Is unit 900.
Year 4, 936.
Then 973.
1 minute. Just hold on. So what you're telling me is this is the 832.
Yes, the first one.
This is 865.
Yeah. 900. 936. 973.
Premium luxury. I don't know. I will never pick men again. Never.
Why, sir?
I will not be bored like this. Premium luxury. Can you help me with your mic, please? Oh yeah.
Sir,
So,
premium
97.
luxury is a woman, no?
What do I have? What do I have now?
Year 1 is 416.
Year 2.
519.
519.
Yes.
Year 3.
585.
585. Yeah, 4.
749.
749.
What's your 4?
749.
749.
Now we can't see your screen.
Can you guys hear me like this?
Okay, I hear
I
you
don't know
now.
if it's our network or it's
Your
I
screen
can
was
hear you.
frozen.
Oh yeah, I was not here. So let me. So yeah, let's continue. So yeah. So year 4.
Six 81.
749.
Okay, year 4. Year 4 is
749.
749.
749.
Year 5 is 681.
681.
So let's take these figures here. So 41 what?
416.
It's what?
519.
519.
19. 3 what?
585.
585. 4.
749.
749.
681. 681.
681. So our fixed cost.
Okay, so fixed overhead cost will be 50 million at current price, but to rise by 8% per annum.
It will be 50 million. Please. How much do you say it will be?
50 million at current price, and it should rise by 8% per annum.
Let's just leave it at 50. This is 50 million. You guys by 8%, have you?
Yes, 8% per annum.
Please, I hope you guys are already planning to give me my figure already. 08.
Yes, sir.
08. What do I have?
54.
58.
63.
63.
68.
68. 73.
73.
What do I have as my total fixed cost?
Should we continue?
79.
Is it 73 or 79?
79 is another year that is
97,
not here.
73, 73.
So I should multiply by my unit and get my total fixed cost, have you?
No, we don't use units for fixed cost.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, no.
I know the person go should talk yes. That one was I was too sure.
That is the ladies now.
Which ladies?
People,
You are the
yes,
one
yes,
that's
yes.
saying
No,
yes now.
yes, no far from my mouth. So for fixed cost, please, fixed cost does not change by number of units, please. So don't multiply your fixed cost by number of units, I beg. So just after you've gotten the incremental, just take the exact figure there. Go a bit down. So yeah, let's take this figure up there. So 54, 58. I hope somebody knows those figures already. Anyways. So 54.
58.
58.
62.
63,
63, 68,
68,
68,
73.
73.
Lobaton. So what's our operating profit?
For year one is 580.
Thank you, sir.
$746, yeah, so
You want 580, I mean?
Yes, correct.
740 year two.
For 746.
746.
Last year is 1033.
10.
33.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.
Year three, 857.
Sorry. 857. Yeah, 4.
And
Yeah,
year four, 1128.
1128.
1128. Little salon. So our tax now. What's the tax rate?
For year one,
25%.
the tax rate is 25%.
The tax at 25%. What do I have?
For year one, we have
Is it paid in,
1455.
is
Sir,
our
we are
tax
missing
paid in
something.
arrears? Is our tax paid in arrears or is paid on actual year?
Actual year.
We are not done working capital now.
Is our
Hello, sir.
tax
We are
paid
like I'm
in
missing something.
is our tax paid in arrears or paid in actual year?
Actually,
Thank you
It's
very
actual
much.
year, sir.
Jesus.
Yeah, what's my tax? So what's my tax rate?
145 year one.
145.
Year two, 187.
187.
Year three,
214.
214.
Last year 258.
Year four,
25.
282.
282. That's a lot. 282.
281, please, sir.
Which one is 281?
It's 282.
It's 282.
282, Joe.
282.
So tax savings now.
282.
What's the grammar of my tax savings, please? The madam that was waiting for me, what's the grammar on tax savings on capital allowance?
I actually stop at apportioned head office and no sense I talk savings.
On tax savings.
Tax allowance. So I'm raising my hand. Well,
Somebody actually read this.
tax allowance claim at uniform amount over 5 years with net value.
Tax savings should be over scrap value. Okay, so that's our workings now. That's another workings. Somebody's unmuted and
Sorry, please. Sir, sorry, please. I think we are meeting working capital. They said
Oh
there
my
is a
God.
working capital in that place.
And everybody just keep muted and keep working. There's no particular format. I can decide to put my working capital last. Anyway, I like to put my working capital, I will put it. It's not compulsory I do it first. There's no particular format to it. Only this part get format. As long as you have the operating profit and you charge your tax on it and you charge your tax savings, any other format can come any way you like it. There's no format to. I don't stress me. Oh yeah. See. So what's the next one? Working capital even usually comes last. Working capital initial outlay scrap value, they are usually last. So I said tax savings. So what is our initial outlay? You said it's straight line now. So what we just do is initial. So it says straight line equals to initial outlay over what number of years, Abi?
Yes.
So what's our initial outlay?
1,500. 1.5 billion.
1.5 billion.
Yeah, so 1,500.
2,500. Since we are using the power of millions, yes. So the number of years, 5 years.
That's 300.
That's 300.
300 billion.
Million, not billion. 300 million. This was 1.5 billion, so it's 300 million. So you now say tax savings now. This is just capital allowance. So tax savings. So your capital allowance. Let me write it here. So you say this is capital allowance. But the question now is to calculate capital allowance is tax savings on capital allowance, which is equals to what's our tax rate?
25%.
25%
of 300
times 300 million.
It was
What do I have?
75.
75 million. Mr. Can I hear your question? Ask me. Missy.
Okay. I don't know where she read up to that apportioned head office charges. I don't know. Are we not going to consider it?
Do we have apportioned?
Yes, we do.
Well,
just after the fixed cost overhead, we have the apportioned head office charges, and it's going to grow by 10%.
Okay, but listen, normally, listen now. Normally, thank you for bringing it out. Normally, because it is an, how would I explain it? Because the apportioned fixed overhead, because it is incremental, it's supposed to go normally because it is incremental. But which I want to explain it now. For this particular scenario and for this particular case, it is irrelevant. Yes, it is actually irrelevant because nearby is what will not cost them. Missy, can you remember, or how would I say it? There was one question we solved that there was one apportion question, people that were in my MPV class, that we considered it. Don't know if anybody can remember that particular question.
Yes, I remember.
Yes, sir.
There was one question that we solved that time that the apportioned the apportioned cost was actually relevant in that particular question. But for the on behalf of this question, this apportioned fixed overhead is actually not relevant. I'm trying to check something. Okay. It's actually not particularly relevant. 1 minute, please. I'm trying to look for the question, like where I got the question from. I'm trying to see if that 8% is actually there or not. But anyways, the apportion fixed overhead is not a relevant cost. Normally, once you want to determine a relevant or an irrelevant cost, he has to do what? He has to involve incremental cash flow. He has to involve incremental cash flow. But now, if you look at this apportion head office chart, look at it though, apportion head office chart. How would I explain it? For me, left to me, the interpretation does not particularly look like there is movement of money. You understand what I'm saying? No, part of the things that you consider for you to determine if something is relevant, now there has to be movement of cash, definitely, if it's a relevant cash flow. But if you look at this apportioned head office charges of 25 million, to me, to me, yeah, it does not look like a movement of cash. Normally, in your exam, you would have added it. Like I always tell you, nobody does. Nobody does negative marking. Nobody does negative marking. They give you your tick. So if you have added it, it's just your final answer that would have been wrong. But this, nobody would have. They would have just ignored that tick for you. They would have not any. But left to me, I will leave it. I will ignore it. Thank you very much for that, Monsieur. Thank you. Oh yeah. What do I have? What's here?
725 all around.
Across the board.
7.5. Yeah.
So I please, whatever you do to your tax is what you do to your tax savings, please. If your tax was charged in actual year, please charge your tax savings in actual year. If your tax was charged in arrears, please charge your tax saving also in arrears. So yeah, what do I have again? Initial outlay. Another thing I was expecting somebody to ask, I'm sure somebody wants to ask anyways, but let me explain is that, but for this, my initial outlay, I think I just saw it now that I came. My initial outlay, why do I have 2 billion? But what I'm using for my, what's the name now? For my tax savings is 1.5. Why am I not using the entire 2 billion? It's simple grammar. It's not rocket science. If you read the tax allowance here, tax allowance is claimed on plant and equipment. This 500 is not for equipment now. It's not for plant and equipment. 500 is for existing factory. It's for you to buy land, to buy existing factory. But they say 1.5 is what you use for plant and equipment, and tax allowance is on what? Plant and equipment. So that's where you charge it on. I just saw it now when I came to look at the question, so I just wanted to talk about it. So initial outlay. What's my initial outlay?
2 million.
2 billion.
2 billion, sorry.
So that means I have 2,000 here, Abby. Since I'm using to the power of million now, so I have 2,000. So do I have scrap? Do you have any scrap information in the section?
No.
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 So let's do working capital. Well, people define working capital since this is working capital. Working capital. There is no, like I said earlier, there is no particular format to it. There's a format, yes, but like at this ending part, you can do it anywhere as long as you've done your operating profit. You charge your tax on your operating profit, and you charge your tax savings. Do you know that if there was scrap, I could do my scrap first before initial outlay. I could do my scrap, put it in the last year, do initial outlay, do working capital. Those three. If you've even seen some questions or some textbook, they do the three on the same line. Yes, now. You've seen some questions, they'll put the three on the same line. So they will just do their initial outlay, or they'll just do their initial outlay, put their scrap on that same line, saying working capital on the next line. So it's not necessarily that this must come after this. No, just understand what you're doing. That's the basics. Just go and do working capital for the last year. So please, for this working capital, most of you, I need you to unlearn. For people that have never been in my class, I don't know the way I solve my working capital. I need you to unlearn what you've learned before, please. I need you to unlearn what you've learned before. Then look at a new way of solving working capital. Now, the assumptions of working capital, like you guys know, like I've told you guys before, is that working capital assumes that all cash flow, like it's not the entire cash flow that moves, it's just movement of cash that moves. And all cash flow are introduced at the beginning of the business, then they are all recouped at the end of the business. What it means is at the beginning, at year zero, if I'm putting 1,000 naira in my business at year zero, then year one now they need extra, or year one now I put 500. First at year zero I put 1,000. Year one now I put 500. What I'm saying is, if you are doing working capital for the purpose of NPV, don't put the entire 500. Okay, well, they will still be 500. What I'm saying, don't put the entire 500. It's going to be different between 1,000 and 500, or this is 500. Let me use another figure. Let me say that would confuse. So the money you put from the beginning is 1 million or 1,000. Then at the beginning of year one, you now use 200 naira. You now introduce 200 as working capital. What net present value is saying is, once you are recording that net present value, the value that goes to year one should not be that entire 200. It should be 1,000 minus 200. So it's 800 that comes to your working capital. Then the next year, so just differences of cash, and all cash should be introduced at the beginning, then all should be recouped at the end. So watch the way we do our own working capital here. So you come here, it's simple, just listen and see what we are doing. My students, so yeah, so you say 1, Abi, 2, 3, trust my students even did this class. You know, do total. Don't say I'm 6 bar. Are you sure people are reading?
5.
Yes. So you now say, what's the grammar on working capital?
Based on sales.
What is it based on sales?
10% annual revenue.
Okay, 10% of sales. So let's bring that. So let's put our sales figure first. What's sales for year 1? Think 105. Can you come? Well, you are not writing this down.
1050. 1050.
Thank you, Jerry, Miss Chika. You have 2, Jerry.
1323.
You have 3.
1545.
545.
1505.
545. 545.
Yeah, 4.
1045.
1945.
1945.
Yeah, 5.
1787.
1787.
So once you've done this, you will now come. You will now say working capital at 10%. So what do I have? 10% of this. This should be 105.
105.
This should be
132.
132.
150. 151.
151. Yeah.
195.
195. And 179.
179.
So if you've done this, you will now come and do. Now this is the working capital. Ganga. This is the working capital. You will now come and do what? The movement. You will now come and do movement. Come in and say changes or movement or increase. Anyone, you can call it movement. So this one, there's no movement. Year 1 is your year 1, 105. Bam. Sharp. So you now come to year 2 now. So you now say, because you're supposed to subtract year 1 from year 0, and you're supposed to do 105 minus what is the year 0, but you don't have anything in year 0. That's why year 1 is still 105. So you now come to this year 2, you say 132 minus 105. What do you have?
27.
27.
For year 3, 151 minus 132. What do I have?
19.
27.
19.
195 minus 151.
19. 19.
19 again?
No, 44.
First one, year 2 is
44.
So 179 minus 195.
Minus 16.
Negative
16.
Good. So hold on. So do. What's the total? What do I have as the total?
179.
It's
Oh, sorry.
179. 179. 179.
Sorry, madam. So you have
Sorry,
179 as the. So you now come here. You now do relevant years. Don't forget, I told you that somebody should help me with Mike. All your cash flows, they are assumed to be introduced at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the investment, not beginning of the year, at the beginning of the investment, which is your year 0. That is where like your cash flows are introduced and everything are recouped at the end of the year. So what this means is we 105, and no, don't forget what I said. Somebody asked me a question that time that was saying that why is that sale starting from year 1? I've mentioned it was because it did not raise up your hand, it just interrupted. That's why I did not. I don't know. I was not in a good mood to answer. But what I'm saying is, whenever you see stuffs like currently priced at, immediately priced at, Kenekon is always, that means that figure is year 0. That's the meaning. That is the meaning. Say currently means that figure. So that 2000 means that 2000 was in year 0. That means grow it from year 0. So what I'm now saying for you, working capital is working capital. All cash flow should be recouped at the beginning of the business is year 0 immediately now. So what it means is this 105. The relevant year for 105 is at the beginning of the business, year 0. So this 105 will be at year 0. This 27 call year 1. This 19 year 2.
Year 1.
15, year 3.
Year 2.
16 year 4. And the total money are recouped at the end of the business. That is our what? Year 5. He don't scatter.
Sir.
He don't scatter. He don't scatter. So
But the movement in working
Please,
capital,
can you
they're all supposed to
recap?
be in negative. Then the last year 5 and the total, which will be recouped, supposed to be positive. Since we're collecting all the money we have put back into the business.
That's what we have now, Abi.
Yes,
No,
that's
we
true.
did it in
But your one is not in
then year
jacket.
5, which is supposed to be positive, was in negative.
179 minus 195 gives you negative now.
And no, sir, what I'm saying is from year 1, which is
No,
negative.
the last step should be 179 minus 0.
Well, somebody was saying something earlier. I'm listening to you.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. The way we did working capital previously is that all the working capital is because those are the amounts we are putting into the business. So we are always putting them in brackets. Then when we have a positive, for instance, from year 4 to year 5, we had 195 as the working capital, but it's now reduced, meaning we were paid back 16 naira, which is supposed to be positive. Then the money we are recouping back at the end of that period is supposed to be positive also. So
No. No, you are correct.
It's correct, sir. From beginning, we are supposed to put it in negative. That 16 is supposed to be positive, and 79 also should be positive. 179.
This means is at the beginning of your business, you introduce 105, which is year 0. At the beginning, sorry, year 1, you introduced 105. Year 2, you introduce 132. The thing is, from that 105, sorry, you need somebody's unmuted. Please help me. You're not allowing me to put. Who is that person now? Good. So what I'm explaining is, listen, though, you had one at the beginning of your business when you want to start. You have at year 1, you have 105. You now say, okay, you have 105. So now year 2, now you need what you spend is 27. As you are spending 27, are you going to go and look for 105 anymore? No, now it's just that 27 that you need 132 now. So you just add 27 to the 105 on ground. That's me. You already have 105. You now said, okay, everything we use this year is going to be 132, but 105 is still there as working capital, normal. So you just look for, okay, let me, from your pocket, add 27, just add 27 to it. Same thing for this 151. They told you that 151 is what we are going to spend. You just go, add 19. You now told you there's 195 that we are going to spend, you go add this thing. But for this 179, it's now different because what they now want to spend is less than what is actually on ground. So somebody's unmuted now. Olushola, this is the 1 millionth time I'm complaining.
There's not my background. There's no noise in my background, though.
It's not necessarily noise in your background. It's normal soft. I will be echoing. So as I was saying, so for the last one, now what it now means is, okay, you now need 179, but you already have 195. So you have more money. You remove from the business. God, grammar. You will remove from the working capital. Since you have more than enough now, so this one is just movement, which is fine. But once we go to our MPV, this becomes negative, this becomes negative, this becomes negative, this becomes negative, then this becomes positive. In our MPV, it becomes positive. That's where we do it. So I hope that's fine a little. So give me these figures. Let's take these figures to our book. So yeah. So we come here now, we say year 0.
105.
So you now say year 0 now, negative 105.
27.
His working capital is always in negative. People that don't understand what is happening. Negative, always jacket is money that is outflow. It's money that is going out. This one go.
19.
19.
44. Positive 16 and then 179.
So you now have positive 16. I hope it's better now for the person that asked me that question. I don't know the person, but I hope it's better now. So you now have 179. I think we can get our net cash flow now. Net cash. Please hold on with your question. I'll take them some. So you say this one is 2,105, Abby. This one is what? Should have done this thing in table form. Would have been comfortable for me.
483. 483.
483. 616. 16.
674.
674.
937.
937.
Mm-hmm.
1028.
Last one is 1029.
No, discount factor. This is one question, but this one would have been question one anyways. Discount factor. What's our discount factor again? What's that thing we got?
19%. 19.
Or 18 now?
Please 18 or not this thing. The question said we should use what's it called?
Okay, the question gave us another discount factor.
Yes, not 18.
Okay, assuming the
They
cost of
didn't give
capital.
us
See 10, assuming the cost of capital of 10%.
13.
So we use 13. It's in the question or
It's in the question, B part of it.
1.00. What do I have for year one?
1.
One,
you have 0.885.
Oh, yeah, 0.885.
0.885.
Yeah,
Yeah,
2.
0.783. 0.783.
0.693.
4.
0.613.
Yeah, 4.613.
0.543.
So what's my present value? Or what's my next
year
present?
0.
Let's put that question. Present value first. What's my present value?
404. 404.
Your zero is 2105 now.
Year 5
211.
is
2105.
My year one is what?
Year 5 is
427.
559.
427.
Yes. Year 2, 482.
Year 5.
Yeah, one is 427.5.
559.
So round it up to 428.
Year 2.
482.
482.
482.
482 year 2.
467.
467.
Year 4, 574.
867. Year 5.
Why do I now have 599?
Year 5 is 559, sir.
Where are the year
559.
Okay.
559 is correct, sir.
Now give me poison.
559. Okay.
Why they go like this? Oh yeah. So what's my MPV?
405.
404.
404.
Yeah. Are we done, please? I'm tired. Is that all?
No, we have MIRR.
People can do that
I
on
have
your
a
own.
question.
People can do that on your own now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we
You say now. You say now for we. No just get shame.
I beg do
No shame
zero
at all.
shame.
Let me do it for you people. Because I'll take all questions when I'm done with this one. Calculation of defect. What's formula for MIR? I bet him money.
Our NPV is 405 or not 404.
There's no difference there.
I got 405. I was now
Anything you get, put it there. Any answer you get is correct.
405.
PV of inflows over PV of
What's the
outflows.
formula of MIR? Know it and let me break. I will get
PV of inflow over PV of outflow. Raise the power of something.
The formula of MIRR will be given in the exam.
You want first boss.
It will be given to us.
So you don't need to learn
go
it.
cracker.
It go shock you, so you no go see I'm there.
He will see it.
Holy Ghost fire.
It's PV of
Return first.
PV of cash flow. Cash
And PV
inflow.
of cash inflow
Inflow
over
over
PV of
cash
cash out.
outflow. Raise to power 1 minus n
One
times
first exam to power something.
1
First.
plus r.
Minus 1.
Everybody just the talk formula with they like.
Times 1 r.
This is what he gave us when he was explaining.
Who gave you?
You now.
He gave us
Now
PV
you
of
now.
cash inflow over PV of cash outflow.
Raise power 1 over n.
Times
1 plus r minus 1.
Everything bracket minus 1.
That's when I be just the life for person head. That's something that woman said. Is it me that give you that one too? Oh yeah. What's our PV of cash inflow? First. What's the PV of cash inflow? Gay.
2,509.
2,509.
How do you get 2,509?
Add 4 to
But this
2105.
How do you get PV of cash inflow anymore? So
PV of
the
cash flow is
initial outlay
4,105.
plus working capital plus net present value.
I don't know which one that they do, but PV of cash inflow is equals to your NPV. Somebody will ask me now that where did I see this formula from? Is it in the textbook? Or is it in the material? Nobody will teach you all these ones now. Nobody. How did I get this formula? It's not rocket science. NPV equals to what? PV
4.
of cash
Minus inflow minus cash outflow.
is it inflow?
Yeah. Inflow, yeah. Minus PV of cash outflow.
The subject of formula now. You get this guy. Oh yeah. I shall lost school. I did not go to school. So what's my MPV?
2,510.
My can you?
MPV is 404. plus whatever that one is.
Plus PV of my cash. I think that was 2,105.
2105. Yeah.
So what's my PV of cash inflow?
2509. 2509.
It's not rocket science. So PV of cash outflows equals to 2 million.
105.
105.
What's my R?
R is 13%.
13%. The one we use a discount factor.
What's my N?
5
years.
Kilotonwaku. Kilotonwaku means what do you want again? So PV of cash inflow, what's the figure? 2509.
2509.
Kilowaku means what remain.
No, Allah. Go use that Yoruba that you know. Go and use it to write your SFM. 1/5 times 0.13. How do I have?
Hmm. 17% MRR.
I don't tire. Sorry.
17%.
I won't say MRR because MRR. Is there anybody that did not get 17? Nobody, have you? So what will be our recommendation?
Me, I did not get to. My screen froze.
Unfreeze it and try it. You'll get 17%. The C part is recommendation now.
You should accept the project.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me know who have been reading and not been reading. What is the acceptance or the acceptability of MIR? Accept when
the MIRR is more than the discount value, more than the discount factor.
More than return of investment.
Company cost of capital.
Okay. So you see the project produced a positive net NPV of 4 billion and the 4 billion. What's our NPV? 404 million. Of 404 million. And the MIR of 17% is greater than the cost of capital of 13%. So therefore, the project is viable and it should you should give me Motina and Mick.
Send your location, sir.
Any kind of Motina and Mick where I collect by this time. You see that you have evil plans.
Open your mouth. Let me pour it inside.
I beg you. I cover myself with the blood of Jesus. I should open my mouth.
More like enjoyment.
Village people.
Let's face SFM. People should leave me first. Let's face SFM. No, they want to be pointing into my mouth. Let's face SFM. Leave me.
Are you the one that
Jare.
asked for it?
I don't change my mind. I don't want again.
Thank you. I'll leave it a good deed.
Abiyo. Anyways, so our assumptions, what are our assumptions? Cash flow is also an assumption. We assume that all cash flow estimates, they are assumed to be realistic and that everything will happen at the end of the year. I hope people are always writing this assumption. I'm not saying it for saying, I'm saying so that you write it all. Cash flows, I no get chance they write them. Cash flow is an assumption. They are assumed to be correct, realistic, and that they will happen at the end of the year. That head office charge is also an assumption. So Missy, in your own, if you had done it, if you had used it, you can assume it. That's for SFM for you. Just write your assumption. Say the apportioned office changes of about I think 20 million a billion is assumed to be 25
25
million.
million.
Is assumed to be irrelevant and therefore ignored. But we used it, just explain. For survey cost, I think there's a survey cost there. That one is a sunk cost and is irrelevant. Inflation is also assumed that inflation will remain constant. Working capital is assumed that working capital was introduced at the business at the beginning and it was recouped at the end of the business. Another assumption, cost of capital. The cost of capital of 13%. No, Abi. No, we don't that. Okay, they gave us cost of capital now. But assume that the cost of capital of 13% is realistic and correct. I've given you about 6 or 7 assumptions, right? Over time. God, I beg you. One question since 9. Have you since when?
Next question. On to the next question.
I know your question.
So please, everybody, let's keep muted. Then, if you want to ask me a question, please raise up your hand, please. Okay. So, Adeosun, please, your question.
Hi, so my question is about the first part, like the A part. My network was a bit shaky where you were explaining how to get the better debt. Did you say we should use better equity minus better assets? And if so, I thought the better equity is 2.5. So 2.5 minus 2.02 gave me 0.48. So I wasn't sure how you got your 0.4.
I feel like after the what was that? After the I always take time to read people's comment section. You people are comedians in that chat box. Person saying a hey long. God, I beg you. So what we did was I read that question even this. So yes, I said if you want to get your debt better, you can subtract your equity better from your assets better. And our equity better for our own company. For proxy company, they gave us now, which is 0.4. But for our own company, so you will do 1.6 minus 1.2.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So Abiodun, your question, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there is a paragraph here that says we need to be paying interest of 8% every year. Is that not meant to be part of our cash outflow?
Interest is not a relevant cash flow. I've said this thing before now. Interest is not a relevant cash flow. Is this same interest? Where is the interest question again? Where's the interest line? This fixed interest, is it not this one you're talking about?
No, not the fixed interest, or interest on loan.
Any kind of interest is not interest generally is not a relevant cash. It's part of your assumption. You would have included the interest when you are calculating your work now. That's why most people don't. That's why interest is not a relevant cash flow. It's assumed that interest, cost of debt, would have been calculated when calculating your work. So interest generally is not a relevant cash flow.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Fola Shade, somebody is unmuted and is disturbing me. Fola Shade, please, your question. Mr. Tunde, is you that is disturbing me? Your mic is unmuted and you're disturbing me. Folashade, your question, please. Folashade. Okay. Oboloki, your question, please.
Okay, sir. It's based on the assumptions. Now, first of all, if you after calculating whether you are asked to state the assumptions or not, you should state the assumptions, right?
Yes, sir.
And the way you highlighted the assumptions in the question we just finished solving now, I think you follow the particular format. It seems like you're looking at the items we calculated. So I was thinking, is the assumptions based on the topic or based on you look at it based on the items you calculated?
It's based on the two. It's based on the items you calculated and based on the topic. There are for some topics, some assumptions are constant. MPV now, always, because of you always have working capital. Working capital is always a constant assumption. Cash flow, obviously cash flows will be involved now. Cash flow is also a constant assumption. What's the name? Cost of capital. Cost of capital is always an assumption also that is constant. Well, but what I now said is based on what I calculated is some questions might not have that head office charges. So you cannot say it, you cannot put it there. Some questions might not have survey costs. So you might not put it there. Some questions might not have interest self. So you might not put it there. So it depends on the two. Some have a constant sum. It depends on what you are solving.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to have a basis on that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mrs. Jemison, your question. Mr. MC, your question, please.
Yes, is based on this survey cost. I know it's a sunk cost, right? But the question says a total of 20 million has been spent on various surveys to date, out of which 10 million has been paid. The balance of 10 million is due for payment at the end of year one. Is it still a sunk cost which has not been paid?
Yes, it should still be a sunk cost. I feel like what I would want to say generally is this what's the name? This particular question and the way it is. I think this question has been long. When did they say this question? I think they said it twice. Someone said they asked this question twice. I don't particularly remember the year that the question came out, anyways. But yes, the 20 million is actually still a sunk cost. Normally, this 10 million from your church mind, you could easily have had 10 million naira to a cash outflow in year one. You call it survey cost. You say because it's due for payment, but to me, survey cost is always survey cost. Money that is used for what's the name? Research and development. So I think sunk cost is still always going to be sunk cost. So it's still a sunk cost. I actually know where you are coming from, Mr. MC. I know where you are coming from. I know where you are going to. Yes. But yes, leave it as sunk cost. Madam, are we fine?
All right, sir. Noted.
But I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say, which is fine too.
But is there a way that they can fine-tune that question and that it becomes a relevant cost?
For apportioned head cost, yes, apportioned head cost can be fine-tuned to become irrelevant cost. But for survey costs or research and development costs, how would I say it? Is rare. Because now the meaning is, or the assumption is that, see, that's why the assumptions, I feel like that's why they always tell you at the end, state your assumptions. Because me and you can look at it from different perspectives. That's why there's always an assumption. What do you assume it is? Me and you can look at it, because me, I can look at it from the fact that, okay, assuming is a sunk cost. I've spent this money before my business. But this particular 10 million naira now, I've started spending it when my business has started. So it's a cash flow. I'll take care of it. Don't anybody understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, let's imagine I want to start a pre-order business. Then at the beginning, I spent 1 million, I've been 1,000 on graphics. Can you con this? And then my graphics I did not pay, I'm not paying fully. Then say I should pay 500 now, 500,000 when the business starts. The 500,000 can be related at some cost because I had not started business then. But if I started business, I could easily take care of it as a cash outflow. Easily. And I will take it out in year one sales. But what I would do is at the end of it, I will write my assumption. That's why I said I know where she's going, but I don't want to put a lot of information in our head. That's particular 10 million. Yes, you can put it in year one, subtract it from year one, but put it in your assumption that the survey cost, since the payment enters year one, it has left the research and development phase. It has left the development phase. Then it was taken to be a cash outflow. This assumption is human being that is marking it, is not computer. So I'm sure it would read it and it will understand what you've done. If that's fine.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Pivot Thomas, your question, please. I'm tired. Shall I be able to solve another question again, ladies?
All right. Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for today. So it's not a question actually. I understand what you did. I just wanted to suggest that can we just keep the class like this, like not muting everybody, because I noticed that I did not sleep this time. The last time I used to fall asleep. But can we keep it this way? We would all coordinate our from calling figures.
That's the problem. The problem is to have 200 individuals on one class cannot be trustworthy. That's just the problem. Me like this, I like it when I can talk to my whole class. People even know I will always say, do you understand? Can you hear me? So I even like all those things. But the problem is I don't trust you people. I don't trust you people.
They can trust us small. Give us more trust. So we'll not make noise.
So the noise, some people will unmute. I'll be begging, can you unmute your mic? Can you mute your mic? You are showing me your chest. You are a whole lot. But let's see. But let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Please, I think I have another question that laptop is running low. Okay, I think Mr. Lashade, please ask me your question, please. Wavecrest, your question. Wavecrest, this is your question, please.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
That's Sunday, your question also. I can hear you now.
Okay, so mine is not really a question. It's just like a plea. I tried downloading the previous videos because I wasn't able to. I participated partly in them, so I wanted to download them to actually watch, and I noticed that it's not possible. So I don't know if there's a way you can help. Because this is like we're talking about maybe I then we'll add today's one and every other one. We're looking towards 20 gigs. I beg. Some of us have access to free Wi-Fi in our workplace, which is something.
So let me just to save time. Let me just come in there. No, it will not be possible for you to download it. The reason why is that for us to give you access to download it, it means we are making everybody an editor. And once we make you editor, you can do anything you want with those files. You can remove them. So to avoid, if I make you editor and somebody removes the file, what is now the point? So you cannot have. It even happened very, very recently. I think I joked about it in this class where Mr. Kabi wanted to send what was the name? The past question guide and the past questions. Then so that people can be able to download, he made everybody editor. As it dropped, that did not last 10 minutes, the file became empty. People don't know the difference between move and copy and download. Instead of download, the person moved the file. So as he moved the file left for everybody from foundation to final. The file was the link was not empty. It was very funny that day. Because I was telling him, God, don't do this thing on Google Drive. He said no. You did it on Google Drive. Then somebody moved the file. So it's something that can happen. Somebody can move the file also, or delete or do something. Then the file is gone for everybody, even for myself and for you. So it's not nice. That's why we always make it viewer only. So just view. I don't know. Just have to manage. Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Tunde.
Please, is there any way you can help? Just,
There's no
even
there's
if
no
it's
there's no there's
just
no there's no
me,
other way, man. Sorry. I can't do that now. I'm not even, there's no way. Sorry. And I don't even have access to it. I'm not the coordinator, I'm just a lecturer. Talk to Mr. Cabello, maybe you could help. Mr. Tunde.
Good, sir. So my question is on the assumption. So the head office charges is not a relevant cash flow. If I have to state it on my assumption.
Yes, you have to put it in your assumption. And if you assume that is a relevant cash flow, you put it in your assumption too.
So also the survey cost, is it a relevant cost or not relevant cost? Because I don't get that part very well.
I just explain now. The same way the what's the name? The same way the apportioned head cost would also form as a relevant cash flow. It's the same way the survey cost could also form as a relevant cash flow. Before you can say a cash flow is relevant, it has to be incremental, and it has to involve movement of cash. And the next to say, okay, it needs to be when it involves movement of cash. Why do we say some cost is not a relevant cash flow? Some cost is not a relevant cash flow because we say that it has been incurred, whether you go into the business or not. If you want to collect rent, agent to collect his money. So either you come and collect inspection fee. So either you collect the apartment or you don't collect the apartment. No concern and no collect inspection fee. But imagine it now says that, okay, this house now is nice, but this inspection fee, pay me 50%. Once you start using the house, you pay me the remaining 50%. The 50% that you paid before collecting the house is not a relevant cash. But the moment you start using the house 1 year, at the end of 1 year, that 50% that you are paying out, it becomes a cash flow because now you have collected the house. So you can add it to expenses of the house. That's what I'm saying. So it can also be assumed to be a relevant cash flow, depending on what you want to do. But the thing is, if you assume that overhead to be irrelevant, you assume that survey cost to be irrelevant, you have a negative cash flow at the end of the day. Because that thing is 10 million. That other one is about. So you have a negative MPV at the end of the day. It's not a factor. Having a negative MPV is not a problem. See, I've told you this thing 1 million times. Nobody is looking at correct answer. Can you apply? Can you apply what you've done? You've assumed, you've written your assumption now. In your conclusion, imagine in your conclusion now, you've gotten a negative MPV. You write your conclusion. It's what you got. That's why case study is also coming. Something very funny. Don't let me go there. It's a long story. But anyways, that is it here.
Okay, thank you, sir. What we are trying to do is that if you can hand over to us to be a lecturer like you. That's what we are trying to do.
Why not? Me, I don't even tire yourself.
Thank you, sir.
This Miss Blessing, you like story. I'm not there for that one. I'm not get strength. But what I'm trying to talk about the case study is something came up today where the percent analysis came out today. Then there were a lot of debate about going here and there. They found the name of the company. I heard somebody was even selling the company's forecast and all those things. Now, what I was telling the person is, for the person that asked me, what I was telling the person is, believe me, I can't know people are going to get it. Yes, now they know people are going to get that company. The company they don't want you to get, they will not allow you to get. You feel like the way you can find information, they cannot. They can find information better than you and I. So for people to have gotten it within 1 hour, 2 hours, they've gotten those informations also. So they know people will get access to that company's file. So I was not telling the person that, believe me, I can bet it with anybody that company that you go and analyze inside that exam, it will not be this company that is in the percent. Yes, now, because they know people will get access to this information. Only if they want people to pass, they can go and put the same company there. But I can bet it that the company you go and analyze, it can be a part company, but the information in that person will be useless when you get into that exam. Because the people would have gotten the information, you would have crammed those ones, you will not come and pour for them. No wala now. Namumu, you call them. So what I'm saying is, but the percent analysis is fine. You can learn the percent analysis. So whatever you've learned, you just go and apply. That's why I was going to. That's why I didn't want to go there. It's just basics that you've learned. okay, this is when MPV is this, when this is this. Thank God there's assumption. Go and assume. Once you are done, come on, write your conclusion, recommendation, and move on with your life. So yeah. So I'm not able to solve another question again today like this. Abdul Rahman, your question. Let me see. Do you have any simple question here?
Good evening, sir. Mike, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening.
The question that is about the discounted factor rate, that 13%. You said it's from questions, sir. I've been looking for it up and down. I couldn't find it, sir.
No need to go up, go down alone. Not down with it, no be up. Don't go up and down, just go down. It's in the requirement.
Okay. Requirement. Oh. Thank you very much, sir.
Is there you see? You're
Thank you,
welcome.
sir.
Mulego, your question, please. Mulego, your question. I'm looking at it, Miss Buki. I'm actually honestly looking at it if I should solve one more question. I still have time now. I can solve this simple exercise price. Abby?
Time has gone, sir.
This exercise price is...
So
But
let's
tomorrow is
solve this.
Friday and they work does not
Let's
usually
move.
come Friday.
Let's move.
Let me solve it fast, please. Why do I want to solve it? I budgeted two questions per day. That's the only way I can finish this question bank. If I don't finish it, if I don't solve it, I will not finish this question bank. So please, so I would skip this. So I'll skip this question. What now? This question 7. So I'll come on. This one is a big question, but this exercise price is simple. So somebody with that BJPLC for me, please. Let me solve that with this.
Okay, so let me read. BJPLC is a medium-sized manufacturing company which is considered a one of 5 right at a 15% discount to the current market price of 4 naira per share. Issue costs are expected to be 220,000, and these costs will be paid out of the fund raised. It is proposed that the fund raised from right issue will be used to redeem some of the existing debenture at par. Financial information rating to BJ PLC is as follows. All figure correction. Wait, I'm going to requirement to ignore issue costs and any use that may be made of the fund raised by the right issue. Calculate the theoretical X right price per share, II, the value of the right per existing share. B, calculate the current earning per share and the revised earning per share if the proceeds of the right issue are used to redeem some of the existing debenture. C, evaluate whether the proposal to redeem some of the debenture will increase the wealth of the shareholders of BJPLC. Assume that the price stroke earning ratio of BJPLC remain constant. D, discuss the reason why a right issue should be an attractive source of finance for BJPLC. Your discussion should include an evaluation of the effect of the rights issue on the debt stroke equity ratio and interest covered. Full stop. 20 mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. It's the day that you will assume that all figures are supposed to be correct. We did not go correct. And that day, we're go no. No allow. Any small thing. All figures are assumed to be correct. No allow. No one. Yeah. So question, what's be the name now? Question 8, Abby.
Question 8. 8, yes.
BJPLC. If you want to go and sleep, you can go and sleep. Well. They're recorded classes, no worry. But like I did it 1 year. Olayinka David, are you there? Oh yeah. That man will just come. First 30 minutes, disturb my class. Before you know, you don't run. No Allah. My God is watching him. So let's bring out our variables. Now let me explain what we are trying to always do with TEP for you. Now, what exercise price is simply saying it. You know, they always give you right issues. What right issues means is, let's assume you are in an organization, you have 20 shares. So what right issues basically always do is maybe try to dilute their shareholders or dilute their shares. What diluting of shares means is they issue more shares. And once you issue more shares, you dilute the shares. Once you dilute the shares, the current value of the shares, it falls, it comes down. So what it means is, so now imagine people that have 5, 6, 7 shares. Then after that, okay, they will give them 2 for every 5. What it means is for every 5 shares you have, you collect 2 extra. That 2 extra that you want to collect, it will come with a price. Oh, it's not free of charge. That 2 that you want to collect, it will come with a price. Although it can be at a discount, usually at a discount anyways. Can come at a discount, can come at a premium. And the existing shares that you have also, they would also have a price that are common. So let's bring out our variables. So you say given, this might give me Lagbara. So you say given, so let's say right issues. Right issues. What's the right issue? How many for how many?
1 for 5.
You say 1 for 5. What's the market price of the old shares?
4 naira.
What's the
4 naira per share.
what's the discount price for new shares?
15%.
So 15% and 4. That's what
3.40.
2.40. So total shares now equals what? 5 old shares plus 1 new share. That's 6 shares. So now to do your tip now, you now say your total exercise price is equals to 5 price of old one. That's 5 times. You see 5 times 4 naira plus 1 times 3.40 over 6. That's the total number of shares. What do I have?
$3.9.
No.
3.9.
3.9.
Go back on. So your TEP, your total excess price is now 3.9. So the next one, which is your what's the name now? What's the B asking us to do? It's 3.9 now. What's the B part?
The the value of the right per existing share.
Will be value of right per existing existing. Then I mean no do English for school. I know that thing is on some of his mind. He wanted to say it. He just they fear God. So he want to say, now you go now, me now you. No one say it now. Make I come up for this class. So now say value of right equals to market price minus. So VOR. What's my market price?
4 naira.
What's my market price?
1
So
4.
okay, that's 4. That is 4 naira.
9.9.
What's my tip?
3.9.
3.9.
3.9. 3.9 here. So what do I have?
0.1. 0.1.
10 kobo. So your V.
Sir, the market price is not at a discount. Why are we still using 4?
No, this one is this market price of existing shares. Is the new share that is at discount. This market price is value of that per existing share now. The existing share, let me get market price of buying consider. So I have 10 kobo.
Yes, please.
Miss Chika, are you there?
Sunday, but I'm on the low, very, very low. That's why you've not been hearing my voice, huh?
Now you sing, are you Burna Boy? Hey, madam says she's on the low. Anyways,
I'm exhausted.
Sorry.
Yes.
I also finish. So that's for B part. I mean for the second one, what did the second one say we calculate?
Earnings per share.
So let me see. So you see your earnings calculation.
It asks for current earning per share and revised earning per share.
Oh, okay, beautiful. It's a calculation of what do I do now? Calculation of earnings.
I possibly the person that is disturbing us.
Somebody is disturbing me, and they say somebody is disturbing us.
It's us now. It's all of us.
There's one particular person. Ologbe AC, I think it's from your end. Ologbe AC, please help me with your mic, I beg.
The person does.
So you say, so let's do this. So you come here. For your current earnings per share, you say, so let me say current earnings per share. So you say current CEPS. This one is going to be your market price. It's going to be your market price over means to be your what's the grammar? What's the grammar now? It's still your market price of existing shares over all these informations are already there, and that's how it always is. They'll give you all the information you need. So if you come here, what's our market price of existing shares?
4 naira.
What's our PE ratio? What's our PE ratio?
Plus 2.
15.24.
15.24. So your CEPS, so CEPS is equals to
26.24. 0.26.25. That's
my final answer. Abi?
yes,
That's my
that's the
final answer.
final answer. That's the final answer.
What do you say it is?
0.2625.
26.
25.
Like this,
Correct.
Abi?
Yes.
So, but don't forget, I think is hold on, let me check the question again. Okay, it's earnings per share. So current earnings per share, not current earnings. Okay. So since it's per share, you come here. So this is although this is current earnings per share anyway. So you now do so you come here, you now see number of shares. So see 1 minute please. So we see you get your number of shares now. What's ordinary shares?
4,000.
4 million.
How do you get 4 million?
2 million divided by 50 kobo.
Divided by 50
So
kobo.
ordinary shares in the question is 2 million. Nominal value is equals to 50 kobo. Abi? So
Yes, sir.
number of shares is equals to 2 million divided by 0.5. So you said it's 4 million.
4 million.
4 million shares. Yeah. 4 million shares. So from here you can now say you've gotten your earnings per share, you've gotten your total number of shares. So you can say this one did not ask you, you are just doing it. You can now say total earnings. You can comfortably stop here. You can stop here, but let's just continue. Now say total earnings equals to what? 4 million shares multiplied by 0. You know,
2625.
so would
1050,000.
one what?
1050,000.
1050,000.
10.
1,050,000.
Okay. 50. Okay. Like this, have you?
Yes, sir.
So the D part, what D part you calculate?
Revised earnings.
Revised.
So
Earnings per
You say revised earnings per share. Is after right issue now?
If the proceeds of the rights issued are used to redeem some of the existing debentures.
Okay, so you say that revised earnings per share after rights issue and debenture redemption. So let's start now. So let's do this. So let's say the new shares. Let's calculate the total number of new shares issued. So you say new shares issued. Abi? So what's the right issue? Yeah?
The 145.
Yes, please. So that's 145. So that's 1 over. We're trying to determine the total number of shares that is issued out now. Since they are giving 1 for everybody that has 5, so it means the total number they are giving is times 4 million.
800,000.
So the total number of new shares that they are giving out 800,000. 800,000 shares. So now let's now do right issues. So you now come here. You will now say, let me call it B. So you now say right. Sorry. Right. This thing is not hard. It's just procedure. It's just process. Just know the process as we are doing about it. So, say. So the right issue now, the one they are. Don't forget that it's because of this right issue. It's because of they want to give everyone. That's why the price. So what is the price of the right issue?
3.4.
So you say right issue price equals to 3.4. So you now see the total funds that was raised during this period. So the funds raised is equals to 3.4.
Times 800.
Thank you. Multiply by 800,000 shares.
2,720,000.
2,720,000. You now do C. So you say C. You see now you want to calculate the issue cost. Because there were issue cost involved now. What's the price of the issue cost? So you say issue cost. I had issue cost too.
Yes, there's issue cost.
How much is the issue cost?
220. I mean, yes, 220,000.
It costs 220. So you now come in. You now say next. What this issue cost is the amount that was used while raising these funds. While raising these funds. So you now say net proceeds. So you say net proceeds equals to
2,720 minus.
Thank you. Minus the issue cost. So this gives me what?
2,500,000.
So this is the net proceeds. So from there now you can calculate the interest saved now and the tax shield and the net savings, all of those jabberjanties. So let me help you. So you say, what I'm not already solving another requirement.
No, you're still on track. Go on.
I like this energy. So from this one, you now say the redeem debentures. Now we have 2.5 now. So this is what we are supposed to calculate because we are supposed to calculate after debenture. We've calculated after right issue. This is after right issue. So we want to calculate after debenture redemption now. After debenture redemption, we already have 2.5. So you can come here. You say let's do our interest rate. Or And you can do anyone first. Let's do our tax shield. Our tax shield lost. What's our tax rate?
30%.
Sorry, I don't make mistake. This is your tax shield. It needs to be calculated on your interest. Sorry. So you need to do your interest first. So you do your interest saved. What's the rate of the interest?
7%. Maybe.
Interest.
7.
12%.
Is it debenture interest?
12%.
That's 12%.
12% of 2.5.
Clap for yourself. Saying that 7%. 7% is overdraft. So you say 12% times 2.5. What do I have?
300.
300. So this your tax shield loss will be on this. It will be on this 300. So you now say 30% times 300,000. What do I have?
90,000.
90,000. So now you now say net savings on interest, which is equals to what? Your 300,000 minus
90.
20,000.
That's 210.
What do you have?
210,000.
So 210. This is now your net savings totally. Don't forget, we've not answered the question. We have not now.
Yes,
the
sir.
questions you should calculate our revised earnings. A revised earnings. That's what the question is supposed to calculate, which we've not gotten. So this is just this is just a net savings. This is the amount that was saved. So you now come here. So you now say calculation of revised earnings. So you now say new earnings is equals to old earnings plus what? Your net savings. Everybody don't gentle. What's my old earnings?
1 million and something thousand.
1,050,000.
1,050,000
Plus
plus 210. What do I have?
1,260,000.
1,260,000. So we've gotten our new earnings now. So let's now go and get our new number of shares. So we will determine our new earnings per share. That's our point. We've gotten our new earnings. See, this one is easy. It's not hard. It's just process. It's the question. This now, we've calculated our current earnings per share. Fine. Now, our total new earnings is 1.5. We could have stopped from here, but we wanted to calculate our total earnings in case of questions like revised ahead. So that's why we multiply by the number by the new number of shares. So our revised earnings now, in order to get our revised earnings is supposed to be our old profit after tax or our old earnings plus net savings. Net savings, that is the total number that you saved after you revised the right issue. So that is where we now need to start from. So you now need to do the new shares issued, which is this calculation. Now, the right issue, which is the 3.4, calculate the total funds that was raised. They will always give you issue cost rate or issue cost percentage. Will be percentage of this any which way. So give our issue cost. So we do our funds raised minus our issue cost. We got another amount. So this one now will not do our debenture, our total net savings on it. So what we do is the interest rate on it, 12% of this one, tax shield on it, Then we do our net savings on interest, which is 210,000. So we have our net savings. So is this net savings that will not go and add to our old earnings to get our what? Our revised earnings. So once we've gotten our revised earnings, so you can now calculate
The new
massive
number.
calculation
All right.
of new number of shares, because we cannot multiply that with this, so we need to multiply calculation of new number of shares. So you now say, so our new number of shares now, so you say new number of shares. What's the first number of shares that we had?
1 million. That's the
Oh,
existing shares. Oh.
yeah,
4
yeah,
million.
4 million.
4 million.
Okay.
Then they issued out
So,
additional.
We calculate
so let me just write it. Say old shares. This formula is not as if it's a standard formula. I mean, just the format. It's just for me to write something plus new shares issued. So you can say new number of shares equals what? 4 million
That's 800,000.
plus 100,000 shares. So what do I have?
4.8 million.
4,800,000 shares. I'm not gonna get my new earnings per share.
It should be the new earnings divided by the new number of shares.
Thank you very much. So new earnings per share equals to, I don't read though. So it will be your new earnings over new number of shares. What's my new earnings? What's my new number of shares?
1
Your
to
new
6
earnings 60. Your new
divided
number
by
4.
8.
We are saying 1,260,000 divided by 4,800,000.
Zero 0.2625.
0.2 like this.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. 2625.
Was that not we had? Was that not we had earlier?
Yes, that
Yeah,
is.
that was what I had.
Yes, we add that for new.
Okay. That's value of what we had earlier. So what it means is even after their new issue self, after they have revised earnings self, the earnings per share still remains
The
the
same.
same. Overton.
Oh, yeah, to see.
Which one did you see?
Just relate, I beg. Just help me relate, I beg.
People should go and do see by yourself. That's even this yourself.
But the C is
See,
related to what you just said now.
and don't try now. Is this CRBD?
No, C.
The
Is this C?
proposal to some of the would increase the rate of assume that the PAC of the clinical constant. This one is grammar. You write grammar, then you put recommendation.
What's the grammar I want to write?
People don't want to do anything. So what this is asking is, if you redeem some of those debentures, like some of those debts, evaluate whether the proposal to redeem some of the debentures would increase the wealth of the shareholders of BJ. Assume that the price earnings ratio of BJ PLC, assuming he was in, assuming he remains constant. Some of the if you want to, how would I say it now? First of all, we can have something that we call it effect on redemption. That is after you've redeemed this thing, the effect on the redemption value, on the redemption. What is the effect on redemption? Effect on redemption is once you've redeemed your debt, it reduces interest expenses. Yes, now debt that is on your book before is no more in your book. So it reduces interest.
Yes.
So it reduces interest. It increases your profit after tax also. Because now the interest that was supposed to interest would have increased your expenses, which would have reduced your profit. But because there's no more interest, there's no more so it increases your profit after tax also. It improves your earnings per share also. Another thing is it can reduce or you can improve your financial ratio. People that know ratio very well can improve your financial ratio. Although in all of this, since there is no significant change in EPS, even due to the dilution from additional shares, so it's also another thing you can consider. So your conclusion or your recommendation can be that it has a slight positive impact on shareholders' wealth. It has a slight positive impact on shareholders' wealth because it means now that if they should redeem this debt, it means that they become less. I don't want to use less debted. That English is not correct. Less geared. Thank you. They become less geared or less leveraged. Thank you. And they now earn small increase in their earnings. So you have a small impact on them. But the problem is, once you see all those benefits that they get, the fact that they've diluted their shares, dilution of shares, he has a whole lot of I don't want to call it negative impact, but he has a whole lot of effect on the impact. So that one can negate the benefit of redeeming some of those debt anyways. That's for that. Number 4, do it on your own. SFM, I mean, you want to kill me. Number 4.
Sorry. Just explain, then we'll solve it.
What you're supposed to do is basically, like the question says, so please attend to that, although I'll still come and solve it in the next class anyways. But you should try it first. What? There's nothing you want to try. Make I do once and for all. There's nothing you want to try.
People that are not even here will use question to kill you. Imagine starting a question from D.
So I can say I already listed. Nobody can ask me which question we no deal.
I'm saying do it now.
Oh my God. Down for bracket. Watch recorded video. My problem is, as I skip this, come to some people, they will not watch recorded video. They will open this solution. They're already calling me. I did not do see what's in C. I they suffer. You will not know. Right? So for the dinner, although you would have written some grammar, but let me just do so they're asking you to do the effect on debt to equity and do the effect on interest cover. So let's first do effect on. This is always my problem with TEP. TEP questions, calculation of TEP and the other things are always simple marks. The ones that are now hard, so that we're going to carry majority of the mark.
11%. Sorry, 11 times. 11. How?
So you see, you want chapter now. Say before the right. So you first calculate effect on debt to equity ratio before the right issue. I like the way everybody gentle. This one touch everybody. Who have even gone? 97.
You don't sleep.
I'm safe.
People say anything this man wants to do, he consign now. Nothing this class again. Man just go sleep. So you say debt. What's the value of our debt?
Value of your debt is debt to equity is 100%.
No, don't start. Just don't start.
Oh my
Debt is
God.
4.5. 12%
0.5.
debentures.
This one's in a 100%. What's the value of my equity?
3.5.
0.5.
So what's my debt to equity ratio?
29%.
Everybody spoiled this.
1.29 times
Global
100. That's yes. 129.
Oh,
This is what you're supposed to do. You will now come here again. You will now say after redeeming the how much was that their loan again? 2.5, right? The 2.5 million.
the pension. Yes.
Yeah.
So you see.
Mental
So what's the new debt now? How much was the debt before? 4.5 now.
4.5. So it remain 2 million.
Minus 2.5. Yeah, the new debt is 2 million. Oh yeah. New debt is 2 million. So let's do new equity. Let's do new equity also. New equity.
So this debt to equity ratio, is it 129 or 1.29?
Yeah, 1.29 times 100 is the same thing.
Okay.
1.29 is not in percent. 129 is in percentage. So this is your new equity. Now say 3.5 plus 2.5 that you paid. So what do I have?
6 million.
So what's my debt to equity ratio?
That's 0.33.
Le button. So what can you see now? Before this was before they redeemed this bond, they had 129% debt to equity ratio. Now they don't have 33. It shows great improvements now.
Yes.
It shows great improvements in their journey. It shows a good improvement. It means they are beginning to have a healthy capital structure. Because somebody that their debt to equity ratio was 129% before is now 33. So you write your conclusion there. So you come here, you say conclusion. Anything wouldn't be the end of me. That don't finish again. Whatever go. So you say this shows a great, or I don't know, use a great, it shows a significant improvement in the journey. So you can now say, I can always tell you furthermore, a lower debt to equity ratio reduces the financial risk of the company, and this indicates indicates a healthier capital structure. Levaton.
Yes. There's still interest cover.
There's still effect on interest cover. To be chartered accountant, no be child's play. You move, come down, or it's just me. So you now say effects. Some people will say, but guys, this question is simple now. It's actually a simple question. Just need to learn, understand what's happening there. Effect on interest cover. So what's the formula for interest cover?
So now.
Somebody told me to say that there is only ratio that is on our head, and she's in this class. What's my formula for my interest cover? The only ratio is the head and you don't know interest cover. Please check that ratio again.
Early before interest and tax. All over interest.
I did not talk. You know have one form.
Over your interest expense or finance cost, anyone. So let's now say what's the initial debenture first?
For 5.
Interest.
12%.
Is how much?
540.
540. Okay. So say so you say after redeeming 2.5 million bond, what's our interest again? After redeeming that 2.5 million, yeah.
240.
5 million. So what's the value of our interest?
240.
So what this means is so for me now you can make your conclusions already. You can make your conclusions already from here. So you can say something like just say something like assuming that your maybe your EBIT remains unchanged to interest cover. It's just ratio they want you to do here, basically. So you cannot say conclusion. Say the higher. This one I just adjust out. higher interest cover reduces the financial risk and credit
Risk.
fullness of BJ. This is BJ now.
Yes, sir.
Allowing them to borrow at favorable rates.
It's credit worthiness, happy to increase it.
Huh?
AI an AI interest cover reduces the financial risk and credit worthiness. And credit worthiness. Okay.
So already. Interest cover means they can cover their
Cover their interests with
Oh,
the profits made.
that means they are now more credit worthy.
Why growth it reduces? So that's what I'm like, is it not
So
going to increase
that means they should put like improves credit worthiness in
Yeah,
front
that's
of.
what I'm saying.
improves that the higher credit worthiness. Okay. Combined cost and improves. It's unfair. What do people want again?
What to pay? I
Kukuma.
I don't know what you want again.
Kukuma, dear. Full stop.
Kukuma.
Back.
Yeah.
But please send this working note. Maybe it's accumulated.
Yes, ma'am.
Please help us send it. I wish this
Please.
video one can get in this night. I've sat down with it again.
Do I have any question regarding what I did? People don't have questions, they don't understand, but they prefer to go and sleep than to ask me. Ask me, Mr. Tunde. Mr. Tunde, ask me a question, sir.
Sir, the right issue price, that figure 3.40 kobo.
Where did I see it from?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know how we get it.
The discounts now.
Discount. They said discount in question. So 15% is the discount.
From the beginning.
Of the market price. 15% of 4.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
50% of 4. Okay, that's 4 minus the discount.
George, Victoria, your question, please.
It's not on this one that we just finished solving. No, I don't know if you would like to go back. Don't want to go back. The low one.
Which one is it? Based on
Your,
no the what?
I just wanted to ask for like your point of concerning one assumption I made when I solved that the question we solved, the first question we solved.
Let me take question relating to this question first, and I'll take that later. Mr. Solomon, please ask me. Mr. Solomon, your question, please. Folashade, your question. Folashade, your question. We are cooking. Ask me a question.
I wanted to add a question about the 240.
Cannot hear you, madam. Remove that earpiece.
Can you hear me now?
Better now.
Okay, so I wanted to ask about the 240 that we got under the effect on interest cover. I don't understand how we got it.
I'll check out.
The new I'm just
240.
no down
Under interest cover.
This question is long.
12%
Is this no interest
times.
now? We didn't do anything. Did you do anything?
After redeeming the debenture, so what we have left is 2 million. So 12% times 2 million.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This what's the name? This let me write it there. Not after redeeming this particular, it was no more 4.5 now.
It's
So
not
that's what it is.
okay.
So it was 12% of 2 million, I think.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mama buying colony, I'm in a good mood. Everything I'll be writing.
Thank you.
Because man you won. Man you won and I'm in a good mood.
Once in a lifetime win.
Oh Allah, can't win. So yeah, do you have any other question? Check. I think that's all. These are 12. We'll make now go sleep. I know they sleep.
Now
They have
exam
not
period
eaten.
we do, which I've not eaten.
So let's go and eat.
As I came, I just joined class.
Let us, as I have not eaten, let's go and eat. So, Mr. Solomon, I think I've answered your question. Have you? Fulashade, I don't think you later come back to me. So, on that note, let me send this working note now so that I don't forget. So you can watch it and what. So let me give you guys first-hand news. Although we are still going to be meeting on Saturday and Sunday, but our last class is supposed to be on Thursday. Might not happen on Thursday. So it might happen on Monday. I don't know yet. I'm just saying. I don't think I'll be available on Thursday. I'll be going for icon induction. So I don't think I'll be back yet. So maybe we'll do it on Monday so that I don't miss out. But we've not concluded. So maybe you guys will now have tax on Thursday, then I'll have my own SFM Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Make I leave now. Even me, I'm already tired. Are you not tired of hearing my voice? I'm tired of hearing
You're
you.
not tired, though. You're
You
not tired.
can't be tired though.
It does you. Me, I'm tired of hearing you voice. I want to go. Make I go rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me go and spend time with my babies too.
Who are your babies? Oyo lower. Oyo.
It's not early. Since January, you don't want to have time for my baby. See now, I won't marry.
Who are your babies?
You say, Mr. I cannot have babies. The way you're sounding angry.
I'm not angry. You're just making me laugh.
Anyway, so if that happens, definitely we'll communicate it. I'm just letting you guys know on hand. But if it happens, it will definitely be communicated. I would send the working of this net. Please look at it again, then check it out, then calm down and read it also. So on that note, I think I can comfortably end the class. I started this class with 190 something people. I'm ending with 76. It's good.
70. So when will we be able to put face on the voice?
Maybe never.
It's Alashile, no one make we know him.
Maybe never. Why you define my face? Then you want to use my face to do.
We've been hearing the voice.
Leave the voice like that. Miss Blessing, ask me a question, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please, I just want to confirm the question we just saw now. Which topic is it particularly?
Excess price.
Theoretical
Okay.
extra. It's under source of finance.
Okay. Thank you. Wow.
Bele. Chinelo, no, please, your question. I know make a good job. Chinelo, no, your question real quick, please.
Good morning. Sorry, I just want to know if you are going to solve any question on futures and options before you close for exam.
Edging.
Yes.
Normally, for me, how would I explain it now? Hedging is not a
Doesn't
topic.
like edging. Doesn't like it. She has said it
Thank
before.
you. Hedging is not a topic I like at all,
He's
at all.
always running away from it.
So as a lecturer, they always run away. I do the denial. So I'm always running away from hedging. Because the thing is, it's not something if I want to teach it, believe me, I would. Pass me, I go carry my book back. All these questions, now it's questions where they solve for my head. But if you part edging, I will just have to go and carry my book back. But you see, for me, stress of me going there and now start. And another thing is, edging is even divided into two. We have currency and we have interest. Currency alone is 4. Now you have to do FRA, you do money market, you do options, you do futures, you do swap. Interest towards its own. So for me, I feel like it's something I can gamble on you guys. All the things I've taught you, if it comes out 1 to 5, if hedging comes out number 6, you leave it, go and do 1 to 5. For me, but I don't think I would do hedging. If I want to do hedging, I can do currency. Before you will say I can do currency hedging. I can add 1 or 2 questions on currency hedging. But for money, for interest rates, you both should avoid me. So that's for that. But I can definitely do currency if I have time. You get. Thank you very much. Even though you do not say. So on that note, let me stop recording this.